Okay. Damn. No, I'm live. Don't you worry. I'm saying damn in regards to the stream. The missus, eh? The missus. Welcome everyone. Who's ready for the Singapore Grand Prix? Well, hopefully we get a Singapore Grand Prix, because the way it is at the moment, we're not so sure. It's pissing it down, as us Brits would like to say. But welcome everyone. Sahar, you've changed your... I swear, have you got multiple different accounts under the same name? Because I made you a mod yesterday. Let's sort that out. Mod yesterday. There we go. You should be mod now, mate. See, look, proper service that is. Get a nice coffee. Ooh, that's hot. Yeah, then that's fine, Sahar. I've just made you... I made your previous account that you was on yesterday as a mod after the stream ended. And now I've just had to make you mod on this account as well. So, is that nice? Come on then. Oi, Kaka! Thank you for coming part of the pit crew, buddy. Oh, salted caramel yogurt. That's really nice. That's really nice, that is. You are part of the pit crew now. Hey. Yeah, for just the price of a small coffee, guys, you can become part of the pit crew and help support the channel. Get nice emojis, a nice sub badge. Unfortunately, it doesn't show up on the Streamlabs chat box, but it does in YouTube's. So, do apologise about that. But yeah, happy days. So at the moment, big news, guys. If anyone is just tuning in and has no idea about what's happening in regards to the race today, it is pissing it down in Singapore. The race has currently been delayed. Apparently, the rain is supposed to start easing up in the next 10 minutes. That's what I just heard from Crofty. Hey, Chris. Thank you, buddy. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the pit crew. Yeah, so it's supposed to be easing up in the next 10 minutes or so. And hang on a second. Let me just get the cat out of the way. Say bye, Luna. I'm about to. Hang on. The cat's out. The cat is out. She's locked out. We're having no issues with the cat turning off the stream like she did the other night. Sorry, to finish off my sentence. So yes, the start of the race has been delayed. George Russell is starting from the pit lane. So he's taken extra parts. He had brake issues yesterday, so they've decided to replace those, I believe, and take the opportunity to just put a full wet setup on his car. And yes, if there is a 3-hour window that the race has to be completed within, and that starts at 1 o'clock UK time. So when the race is actually supposed to start, there's a 3-hour period that the race has to be completed within. So hopefully, yeah, the race does get underway within that 3-hour period, and we get a full 61 laps today. But no worries, Sahar. That's all right, buddy. Appreciate you stopping by anyway. Techie, where did I get some of my setup from? So the sim racing gear is pretty much all from Fanatec. And then I've got GT Omega, chair, wheel stand. This is Elgato. It's an Elgato camera. It's an Elgato arm, mic. And then this desk is just from IKEA. So you can see, I did a setup video recently, Techie. So you can have a look at that and you can see my full setup and everything that I currently have. Where is Max starting from today? So Max is still starting 8th. He doesn't move up a position because, of course, George was going to start from 11th. Could be a Monaco kind of race. I don't. Yeah, it was interesting enough when it was in the dry, but I think by the sounds of it, it's going to be a wet race to start off with a drying track. So that's going to be really interesting. We haven't had one of those for quite some time. I think the last time we had a drying track was the one that comes to mind was Turkey. Do you remember when Lewis went, like, he took his intermediate so far that they basically became slick tyres? That's the last one that I remember. So we do not want a repeat of 2021 Belgian Grand Prix, Jenny. Nope. That apparently is definitely not going to happen today. We will get some racing one way or the other. I'm going to go live on it in a bit. Not right now, because there's nothing... Well, I'll do it in a minute. What's it? I'll do it in about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, quarter to. You think you're getting the V3 pedals, are they worth it? Yes, definitely. Load cell pedals, 100% worth the upgrade, and they're in a nice mid-range, because then you start talking about Huiskenvilds and stuff like that, and they're just like talking like £1,000, whereas they're like proper mid-range. Definitely worth the upgrade. Just make sure you get the brake performance kit with the V3 pedals, because that very quickly you'll realise you want a stiffer pedal, and the brake performance kit allows that. So. You wish you was able to be a member, Martin? It's only £2, £2 English pounds. So if you, I don't know if you've got PayPal, but it's understandable. I don't need anyone to join as a member. I don't ask people to. If you do want to support the channel and join as a member, I do appreciate it. It's the equivalent of a sub on Twitch, but cheaper. So you're waiting for your Nitro server boosting cooldown so you can boost. I saw your message in Discord, Kaka. But yeah, if anyone is intrigued in regards to what is on the other side of the camera, the setup that I run, I did do a setup video not too long ago. Actually, on my birthday. That's how I spent my birthday, was doing a setup video. Because turning 31 is a birthday that is a bit boring, if I'm honest. So, Alana, welcome back. Yeah, welcome. Good to see some regular faces. Welcome, Jam. Good to see you again as well. Oh, thank you, buddy. Yeah, I really enjoyed being on the Missed Apex podcast. I've been invited back on to do the Mexico race review, so that's at the end of the month. So I'll be doing our watch-along and then going straight into the Missed Apex podcast, because that's an evening race for us people over here in the UK. So Ruben, what you'll be able to see, for anyone who is new to the channel, let's just take you to what we are able to show. So, unfortunately, we are unable to show the live stream, Sky F1, because of copyright reasons. I do have that on another screen here on my phone, so I am able to, even though the stream's a little bit behind the live data we have here, I am able to kind of bring that info to you. But we have a live track map and we have the live data from Formula One themselves. And this is, surprisingly, I watch F1 more through this now than I do TV, because I get so much more information. You see where everyone is on track, how many laps they're on their tyres, what tyres they're on, intervals. It's just, we see the full race evolve through this than we do on TV, because there's only so much they can show on TV, understandably. So, hey Alea, you're new here this weekend. Well, we always welcome newbies. Welcome. Yeah, the channel's been growing. We hit a PB yesterday, over 700 viewers for qualifying. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we can reach those heights again. But I think every watch along I've done, at least with the race, we've had an average of over 500 viewers. So that's something I never thought I would get when I started this. So, and I started it halfway through the season as well. And I do want to do more F1 content, like real life F1 content, mix it in with sim racing as well, because of like opinions and stuff. So yeah, no worries, Ruben. I mean, even if you have me on alongside the TV as a support, so you can you can learn more from the data and what we're discussing here, as well as what's on TV. So, oh, thanks, Marlin. But yeah, so I'm gonna have a quick look at. Oh, sorry. Let me change the chat box to white so we can actually see what everyone's saying. Sorry, George, what? Yeah, no, I'm doing that now. I'm gonna leave it on this screen. So, predictions in this race, Amy. You are a brave person to try and predict this race today. It is, yeah. God knows how the race is going to end up. What? Oh yeah, of course I will. Yeah. Do you want to come down there and do it instead? My girlfriend's dictating. See, my girlfriend's now dictating to what I should say on stream. She's a girlfriend manager. Oh, she's got makeup on today as well, so she might make an appearance. She says. Oh, you haven't got. Oh, sorry. You look beautiful as always. Saved myself there. As we were saying, yeah, you're a brave person to try and predict this race today, especially with this weather. Anything can happen. We're in for a real topsy-turvy race. But my favourite track, Marlin, I'm British, so I'm a bit biased, but Silverstone. I love racing around it in sim racing, and it always throws up really good races. So yeah, Silverstone is close to my heart, and it's the only racetrack I've been able to go to in real life. So yeah, kind of for all those reasons, Silverstone. Hey Jen, how's it going, buddy? Welcome. Oh, thanks, Echo. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, well, we do try. I do look at other watch-alongs to see what other people are doing. I think it's only reasonable to see what your competition is and see if there's anything else you can do better. But I think what we have here is unique. So I'm unique, is what I'm trying to say, guys. Whether you think that's bad or good, I'll let you make your own minds up there. But yeah, so what I was going to do is go onto Twitter and that's the best place for live info, and just see exactly what the updates are at the moment. I need to put Sky F1 on as well. I haven't done that yet. Let me put that on, see what the guys are saying. Yeah, everyone, if you can hit that like today, if we can get over 100 likes, that'd be brilliant. I think we was just shy of the qualifying session yesterday. And of course, as always, subscribe. The standard YouTube stuff. Right, let's just get my stream up. Sky F1. But yeah, definitely everyone is going to be starting on the wet tyres today. No intermediates, that's for sure, with how wet the track looks. Where is it? There we go. Looks like a lot more people out in the pit lane now. Pit lane. Okay, so the pit lane's open and we now have the safety car doing some laps. Okay. Is it a 1, 2, 3 stop? We could see four stops here today. I mean, this is the thing about a wet to dry track. Anything can happen. So the pit lane is now open and the start procedure is delayed, but the pit lane was closed not too long ago. So, hey Sam, welcome, buddy. Verstappen might be in trouble here. The path is like Monaco. The left and right walls are also a bit narrow, so it's a bit difficult to catch up. Yeah, I don't see Verstappen making as quick a head. Look, I expect Verstappen to clear Gasly, Norris and Alonso quite quickly, just because he's in a much faster car anyway. But getting past Sainz, Hamilton, Perez and Leclerc is going to be a different kettle of fish entirely, because they seem to be on all of them quite similar pace. Verstappen was going to get pole position yesterday, but not by like 5 tenths. It was going to be probably by a tenth or so, or maybe a couple of tenths. So yeah, Verstappen hasn't got the outright pace advantage on those top 4 cars that we see lead the pack here today. So, and of course Singapore street track, much more difficult to overtake than it is at Belgium. Who do I want to win, Sahar? The British bias in me is saying Hamilton. I'd love to see him at least get 1 win this season, but I wouldn't be sad to see either Leclerc, Perez, or Sainz win as well. We could very well possibly today, guys, have an unexpected winner. Could Alonso, Norris, or Gasly win? The walls are very tight around here. It's wet. We've seen lots of lockups in practice and qualifying, so today is a true test of an F1 driver's capabilities. Not only on the body, but just their driver skill as well. Hey, Matthias, welcome back, buddy. Good to see you, mate. Brad, welcome, mate. Welcome from the US. Whereabouts in the US you from? But I totally agree. It was kind of monsoon weather not too long ago. I'll give them that. But in particular, yesterday, the practice session was cut in half because they decided to not allow them to race in the rain. But they went out for 2 laps on the wet tyres and then came in straight onto intermediates. Like, the FIA is very risk averse when it comes to racing in the wet at the moment. And it really wouldn't surprise me if we see a safety car start here, because they love a safety car start in the rain. I don't understand it. I really don't get it. But we're in for an interesting race anyway. But once those cars get onto the track, they clear so much water anyway. 20 F1 cars with those wet tyres. Yes, the race pace is going to be really slow to start off with, but you'll soon start to see a dry line appear. And then it's whoever's got the cojones to go on the wet and to go off the racing line and make an overtake. So yeah, it should be interesting. Hey Rodney, welcome, buddy. Good to see some new faces. Good to see some regulars as well. Amy, opinion on driver seatings and teams for 2023? Well, they're all pretty much wrapped up now, by the sounds of it. Start of next week, I think we're going to get confirmation of Gasly to Alpine and Nick De Vries to AlphaTauri. So the only seat that is remaining is the Williams. And strong rumours are that Ricciardo is going to be Mercedes reserve driver next year. And whoever Williams gets. So the thing is, Williams are left in a little bit of a limbo at the moment because Logan Sargent is really predicted. He's the hot favourite to get the seat, but he still hasn't secured enough super license points. If he crashes out or has a mare in the last race in Abu Dhabi of the F2 season, he doesn't have enough super license points to get that Williams seat. So yeah, I think that's the only seat that's left up in the air at the moment. Nashville, Tennessee. Wow, it's nice to see where people in the world are from. I know we've got a few people from South Africa, all over Asia, and the US as well. Okay, so testing out the yellow flag. Hamilton escapes a penalty for jewellery as Mercedes fined 20. I mean, yeah, Sam, that's a ridiculous penalty in the first place, isn't it? Why is the FIA signalling out drivers for jewellery? I mean, have they not got bigger things on their minds? Like, and they said in the interviews yesterday, the press conferences, I think Hamilton said, well, we've made the argument. Their argument is that, it's metal if there was a fire and so forth. Well, they've got metal zips. They've got metal clips on their helmets. Like, come on. And considering their jewellery is all underneath fireproof gear anyway, it seems a bit of a pointless rule, to be honest. And that's not just because it's Hamilton at the forefront of this. It's just drivers in general. Like, they should be able to wear... Apparently, you're allowed to keep a wedding ring on. But you're not allowed a nose ring or an earring or something like that. It's just... it's ridiculous. Wow, Edward, is that really the case? 5 5 out of 10 teams on the grid. That is mad. I never would have thought that. That's a real journeyman, isn't it? Which is saying something for Ricardo. So Egypt, England, South African living in New Zealand. Quite. What time is it there for you, John? Yeah, what time is it there? Is it mid-morning? Like early morning? The FIA is a Hamilton hater. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm not going to make that assumption, but it does. Apparently, he's got a doctor's note as well because it's infected, and the best way for it to heal is by having the ring in or something, or the stud in. So, the living room, yes, George. So yeah, we are streaming live on TikTok. So if anyone is here on TikTok, you can come and chat in the YouTube. Hop over to YouTube and you can see us chat. I'm not just rambling to myself. 10:30 PM for you, Kaka. Wow. Norway above the Arctic Circle. The Fat Viking name kind of gives it away, doesn't it? Well, I think the reason there wasn't all these fines from Michael Massey is because he was too busy. One of the issues with Michael Massey was that he didn't have enough support staff. So where he should have just been in control of managing the race itself, he was like the health and safety advisor as well, and a number of other different roles were just completely on him. And he made the wrong mistake at the last race of last year. And partly due to the fact that he was trying to make sure the track was clear, everyone was away safely. Like, he even came on and said on the radio, my number one priority, Christian, and to Toto and that, is to make sure the track is safe. So, oh, thanks, Elia. Yeah, well, that's partly due to the fact that I'm using F1 Live. It's a subscription service, but it's only like £2 per race. A lot cheaper than I thought it would be, considering how expensive F1 is in general, across all platforms and going to the track and stuff. So yeah, I thought why not? You're also here for my dulcet tones as well, and my ramblings. Well, Mike, yes. So discussing the cost cap, if it is Red Bull, if it's Aston Martin, whoever it may be who has broken the cost cap, they need to have the relevant penalties that the FIA have displayed to everyone. They need to have that enforced, because otherwise teams are just going to go, okay, well, that means we can break the cost cap. We can do what we like, really, and we're only going to get a fine, or it's a penalty worth taking. It's like the engine penalties. That really needs to be revised, because there's no deterrence at the moment to really stay within the 3 engine power units throughout the season, because these top teams especially, they take a new engine unit, they go to the back of the grid. It's mostly at power dependent circuits like Spa and Monza, which ruins the racing for us, because we've got the faster teams out of position, just easily overtaking slower cars, not fighting at the front, and it's a penalty worth taking. So to me, that needs to be revised, and there needs to be like a drive-through penalty throughout the race, or there's actual points deductions, things like that. And it needs to be more of an incentive to stay within the rules. And it's the same on the cost cap. Yeah, exactly, Jen. You got to appreciate accomplishments in F1 regardless of the driver. Verstappen's been brilliant this year, regardless of cost cap, things like that. He's done the job that's been needed of him, and he's been much more mature this year, and he's going to be a worthy F1 champion. Race delayed by 30 minutes. Well, I don't know. I'm trying to find out. That's more than likely going to be the case. Christian Horner's still chatting, being interviewed by Sky right now. So we're supposed to be 5 minutes away, but I don't think so. It's going to be a delayed start, probably by like 30 minutes, 20 minutes, most probably. Well, that is one of the rules, Jonathan. One of the rules is that drivers could be excluded from the championship, and there will be constructors championship points removed as well. So there's a very big possibility if the FIA really want to go strong on this, and let's say, okay, Red Bull are the team that's massively exceeded the cost cap, they could exclude Red Bull from this year's championship. That's a very high possibility if I'm reading the rules correctly, and that's what I've seen other people say as well. But that's all. I think it's the next couple of weeks that's to come out, I think. So yeah, there's a time here for the FIA. They've labelled out their penalties. They need to make sure they dish them out as accordingly, regardless of the team, regardless of the drivers. It's a team game at the end of the day, and finances, that's the whole reason of the cost cap, is to try and bring the competition closer together. We're not seeing that right now because it's only like the second year of the cost cap, but that's in the coming years, over the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see that cost cap really come into play. And yeah, if a team has broken those rules already, they need to set their stall out and make sure it doesn't happen again. Why is Latifi or Team Williams always at the back? Looks like the team is no stranger to the back position. Well, they've only just changed ownership. I think last year was the first year of their new American owners. They didn't really have much input in regards to the development of the car, of like finances. This year, there was hoping to be... I mean, this year, to be honest, they've not got a bad car. Their car is actually really well suited to the high power circuits, as we've seen from Albon and De Vries at Monza. They've been massively let down in the points by Latifi. Latifi just isn't good enough, and if they had a second driver who is on the level of Albon, then I think we would have seen them in the points a lot more, maybe like similar to AlphaTauri, than we have done. So I depending on who they sign next year, Williams, I think we'll see them fighting in the midfield a lot more often than at the back of the grid. They have to exclude... Oh, hang on. Okay, so... Oh my God. So we've got the formation lap. So the race has been delayed an hour. Yeah. The race has been delayed an hour, so we've got the races to start at 2:05 UK time, and it's currently 1 o'clock. So we've got an hour and 5 minutes. That's when the formation lap is due to start. That's a long time, isn't it? But I guess I'll have to make another coffee. 1 hour delay is quite much. Yeah, Sam. So Russell's starting from the pits because they've changed a number of elements on his car. I don't think it's just the power unit. I think it's a number of them, a number of parts they've changed. He also has the luxury of changing like the setup more to a wet setup than as it would have been before. So it does seem excessive, doesn't it? An hour delay. It's going to be them starting on intermediates. It's not going to be them starting on wets. You watch; they'll all be on intermediate tyres, not wet tyres. They're so risk averse. So risk averse. I get we are at a street circuit. There's walls, it's tighter. But come on, wet racing is part of F1. Changing conditions throughout a race is what we want and makes interesting races. It just seems excessive again. Probably, James. Yeah, I reckon there's a cost cap element to it. But are we never going to see a wet race again? Are we never going to see a wet start? We're never going to see a standing start in wet conditions again, are we? We're never going to see that. That's how I'm getting at the moment. It's ridiculous. Exactly, Michael. They're the best drivers. Let them drive. And these cars, like Pirelli say, they clear X amount of water, like litres of water per lap. You've got 20 of these cars going round a track. They're going to clear that water pretty quickly anyway. So, and the humidity is really high out in Singapore. So the track is going to, once it stops raining, the track's going to dry up quick enough anyway. So just due to the humidity. Yeah, we all remember the last time there was a standing start in the wet at Singapore. It didn't end well, did it? Maybe that's playing on their mind as well. Yeah, Ram. Yeah, so we've got an hour and 5 minute delay. It's just obscene. It's Mr. Quicko. So it's delayed because there was truthfully there was monsoon rain that came in, but it's stopped and now it's clearing up pretty quickly, and they've given the drivers everyone an hour to get out on track. So it just seems, I don't know, it's the whole start procedure they've got to have, isn't it? I guess it's corporate as well. They want to give everyone who's there, corporate VIPs, an opportunity to go down the pit and onto the grid and stuff. So there's all that element to it as well. And you have to factor Latifi. Yeah, well, I reckon that's it as well. No one wants Latifi to be making his way up the grid in the wet, do they? 30 minutes delay should be fine, yeah. But it was not that heavy though. Well, it did look it. It did look it on TV that it was quite heavy. But it's gonna because it's warm enough out there anyway. It's gonna clear up pretty quickly. So yes, 2 p.m. UK or 2:05 UK time is when the formation lap starts. So what do you think about the potential? No, we're not talking about the W13 news, James, on iRacing. I'm sad. I'm sad from that. I'm hoping that's a rumour that Ben has heard and it will change from there. I want it. I want the W13 in iRacing for next year because it's a different style of car. It's a different style of kind of driving, and it would prep us well for the following year if they add it in. So they can risk running out of the 2 hours racing time if there are any incidents. Well, yeah, that's it. So there's 3 hours. There's a 3 hour time limit to complete the race within, and then the race itself has a 2 hour time limit. And as we've seen at Singapore before, there's a couple of times that it's been, because of safety cars, it's ended up being a timed race rather than completing the 61 laps. So why so many laps on a long track? I don't know, actually. I don't know. That's a good question. Well, this is it, Jack. I think we're going to see. I think we're going to see them start on intermediate tyres. They're definitely not going to be starting on wet tyres by the time it gets round to the start. They'll probably go round on wet tyres to start off with, just to like get round to the grid. But the drivers probably say straight away, yeah, it's intermediates, just like it was in qualifying yesterday. Super wet tyres. Yes, we need to wait an hour, unfortunately, Joe. Unfortunately. Yeah. Hang on. Just listen to Sky F1, see what they say. Yeah, just basically confirming what I do. So, Andreas, start procedure. Well, the formation lap is 2:05. Slick tyres will be out of the question to start the race on. Yeah, it'll be intermediates. It'll be just like qualifying yesterday. That's how the track conditions will be by the time that it comes around to the race start. So yeah, race delayed due to rain. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's sections of the track now that I'm looking on TV that are wet, but because it's such a big track, there's going to be areas like that that are wetter than others. That's why they couldn't go onto slicks until the last qualifying session yesterday. Yeah. So Paul the Rester has just said well, I think they'll go on wets, but we'll probably see a few of them on intermediates go round. So he's saying he reckons a lot of them will go on intermediates round to their grip position for the start procedures. But it's ridiculous. They're not happy. Paul the Rester's not happy. It's the one time I agree with him. I'm not his biggest fan, but it's the one time I agree with him. He's saying, why is the race not starting at past? Why is it delayed an hour? If we have a red flag, or if we have safety cars, there's a possibility of still the race finishing within the time period, but we don't have that luxury now. And you're taking away the entertainment from people. I think it's Ferrari do a Ferrari and start Charles and Hards. Time behind safety cars, mandatory wet tyres. Yes, that is correct, Edward. That is correct. But I don't think they're not going for a safety car start by the sounds of things. I've got a Mclaren GT3 V2 Rim, Mikkel, from Fanatec. Yes, there is that element to it, Steve, as well. There is that element, but they've been very risk averse in regards to starting cars on wet tyres for the last couple of years now. And it's starting to become annoying. Like, it's ridiculous. We're seeing the end of wet races now, especially wet starts. Oh, thanks, Ed. Yeah, well, I do try. I love bouncing. I love F1, and I love bouncing back off you guys. So I love answering the questions and finding out information myself. So no, it's stopped raining, Katie. It has stopped raining, which is why they're going for it. They're going to have to start it now, regardless. Regardless if it starts raining again, they're going to have to start the race. It'd probably be a safety car start. But I don't think there's any more rain predicted now until, well, at least until the start of the race, that's for sure. It's so expensive now. Oh, don't talk to us about the exchange rate. Pound is not doing good, is it? Hey, Revy, welcome, buddy. Well, this is it, Michael. They're waiting for the track to dry a bit more. Get the cars out there. That will disperse the water. That's what wet tyres are made for fuck's sake. Who do I think's going to win? I really can't say. I really don't know. It's just good. It's such a topsy-turvy weekend so far. I really don't want to put myself out there and predict a winner. Leclerc, if I was going to pick a winner, I think Leclerc. He's been strong all weekend. He's been able to switch his tyres on very quickly, regardless of whether if it's wet or slick tyres. So that Ferrari does look good in Leclerc's hands this week. Where Hamilton will probably struggle is switching those tyres on. He can switch them on quicker with the slicks, but the wets, the Mercedes do struggle for those first few laps. So it's really important for Hamilton at the start of this race to hold his position regardless of if he's a bit slower, because once he does get them up to temperature, he's got the car underneath him to put up a fight today. But those first few laps are going to be treacherous for Hamilton. So the Mercs were probably really hoping for a dry race today. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, no, I understand that, and there's obviously always that in the back of people's mind is Jules Bianchi, but the cars aren't allowed to do that now. That was under old safety car rules where drivers could just go as fast as possible to catch up to the back of the pack under safety car. Whereas now they have to make sure that the track is properly clear before they're able to do that, and that should never happen again because the rules have changed. But part and parcel of racing is wet races. And we've got the wet tyre for a reason. And we shouldn't... It's an element of skill that the best drivers in the world should be able to handle. Love to see reverse quality setup. Also, was points are equally to the race. Yeah, I mean, that's what the sprints should kind of be, shouldn't it? That's what the sprints should... The sprints should kind of be similar to F2 in a way. But if it's a wet race, I go for experience in the wet and put myself on the spot. Top 3, Verstappen, Alonso, Leclerc. Ooh. Yeah, Alonso's one to watch out for. He's looked well this weekend. And Norris. Norris is also very good in the wet. People forget. He was, I think, do you remember last year with Spa? If Norris didn't bin it in Eau Rouge, I think he would have got pole. He was top in Quali 1 and Quali 2 in Belgium last year. And it was only because he went out when it was too wet in Eau Rouge, and he binned it in Eau Rouge. I think he would have got pole position last year at Belgium. He's very good in the wet, Norris. And of course, well, as long as he's on wet tyres and he's not still on slicks, like Russia. Well, I just said who I think will win. I think Leclerc will win. I think it's... Leclerc gets off the line, well, it's his to lose. But as we well know, guys, as we said yesterday, Verstappen has won more races from Leclerc poles than Leclerc has won from him actually being on pole. So if the pattern continues, it's Verstappen win today. You've never lost an F1 race today? That's a good stat. Is it 1 out of 1? Sorry. Race starts 2 o'clock, 2:05 Theo, so we've got about an hour's time because it is, under an hour now because it's 12 minutes past 1 UK time. So, well, this is it, Jan. They might as well. What's the wet tyre in existence for now? Because they've also red flagged the race due to like wet conditions as well. I get there's an element of the spray and visibility and stuff as well. It's easiest. It is quite. I understand it. It's easier said from the comfort of our armchair to say, why can't they just carry on? And then when you do actually see like driver's eye view of the visibility they've got in the car with the spray, it is completely different. But we shouldn't. At the moment it looks like we're getting to a point of where we're not going to have wet races whatsoever. It's just what's the point? It might as well just be intermediates and then slicks. Never have a wet tyre. Everyone's expecting a Ferrari masterclass today. They've definitely got the car. Leclerc's been strongest all weekend, especially during qualifying. I mean, Hamilton has been very close behind him, but I think Leclerc's just got that edge this weekend purely because he can switch those tyres on much quicker than the Mercedes. Like he's been very quick out the box, whereas Mercedes takes a good few laps. But I'm saying all this, Perez snuck in at number 2. So Perez is not one to rule out this weekend either, today. Hydroplaning is the issue when it's wet. Of course it is, yeah. Aquaplaning is always an issue. But these cars go out there on wet tyres, they very quickly start dispersing the water. So as long as it's not absolutely tipping it down, then they can go out there and start to form a dry line quite quickly with how much water they can disperse. So it's, yeah, they're very, very risk averse at the moment, FIA. I understand it's all about the drivers being safe, but there's been a number of times when the drivers have gone, no, we should be racing. We should be racing. So, I mean, that is still Flames. It's still predicted to be 61 laps, but if there is a safety car, that will be reduced because it will be a timed race, which I fully expect there to be a safety car today. We haven't had a Singapore Grand Prix without at least one safety car. This is making you bored, Sam. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's not much happening at the moment. They're not. The thing is, they're not going to go out onto the grid until past. I think it's normally half hour before the race starts. So, Gerard, thank you for the sub, buddy. And anyone else who has subbed but it hasn't come up as an alert, much appreciated. No, Steve, I understand that. I understand the aquaplaning. I do get that, and obviously they've got to run the cars a lot lower due to the ground effects, and that's why I've noticed they've been very, very bumpy round here. Obviously, it's a street circuit anyway. But you look at the track when the rain stopped. There's no reason why those cars can't go out there and clear that themselves. Total Sport Tech, I remember that actually. Oh mate, Hannah Schmitz could go in there and offer what she wanted. She could. If I was Ferrari, I'd put a blank check in front of Hannah Schmitz. You can have what you want. Just please come over and sort out our strategy team. 2:05, so under an hour. About 50 minutes now, I think it is. It's 1:15, so yes, 2:05 UK time. So yeah, safety is massively important, but I think we're not talking about a track that is massively flooded like Spa was or other tracks. I understand when the rain was coming down, totally get that, and I understand it's a street circuit, but we've got high humidity here in the in Singapore. The track dries out quick enough itself on its own, let alone with 20 Formula 1 cars going around on wet tyres. They're going to disperse that water so quickly. They'll be starting on intermediates this race. They won't be starting on wet tyres, that's for sure. I could be completely wrong, but that's my opinion. And I think we're getting to the point of where wet races are just going to be almost like a thing of the past. Do some iRacing while we wait. No, it's too much effort. If Max wins, you could donate €1. Well, with the exchange rate at the moment, that would be less than £1. The way it's going. No one will start on slicks, Rish, because it's such a big track. There's still a few corners around here that will be too treacherous for the slicks. So they'll start on intermediates and then they'll go. It's going to be an evolving track, and it will be dry very quickly. So, there's going to be a big strategy element today. And can Ferrari actually? Well, yeah, we know what Ferrari are like, guys. Okay, so there's 27 seconds lost in an average pit stop here. A safety car pit stop is 17 seconds. There's a 10 seconds taken off with a safety car pit stop. So keep that figure in mind today, guys. A gap of 27 seconds for a normal pit stop. If anyone, when we're looking at strategy today, if someone wants a free pit stop, then 27 seconds is how far ahead they need to be. But Theo, thank you for the sub, buddy. Welcome. Yeah, no worries, guys. I'm going to go top up my coffee in a minute, actually, as well. It's 20 past as we speak. I did see that, Kaka, actually. I did see your new rear wing. Red Bull, well, yesterday was the first time their strategy department has made an error in regards to... it's the first time they've made an error all year, really, in regards to their strategy. So, but let's have a look at some Twitter, guys. Let's have a look at what people are saying. So, and see if anyone's of like the same mind as us. So, Kyle Power, a member of the Missed Apex crew. Paul the Wrestler is spot on. Not often I say that, but F1 is draconian and too rigid in their procedures. Ironic, as once racing starts, it seems a bit more loose. They need a quick start procedure like MotoGP, but I fear that would be far too logical for F1. Yeah, I don't understand why they need an hour. Why do they need an hour to grid up? What's the... Will Buxton. This is coming from Will Buxton, guys. Will Buxton. What is the point in having wet tyres if wet race starts are always delayed by the FIA until the track is so dry you don't need to use them? There we go. Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. In the meantime, let's see you go. She might make an appearance later. Not just yet. What? Am I selling you? No, I'm not selling you. I'm not a pimp. Yeah, no worries, guys. I fully don't... I appreciate anyone who's sticking around. We've still got another 40 minutes, 45 minutes until the race starts. So I totally understand if you want to go grab a bite to eat, grab a coffee, grab a drink, and then come back. I'll be back. I'll be topping my coffee up soon anyway. Rishi, thank you for the sub, buddy. Oh, Zigo Sports are saying that Red Bull Racing Aston Martin fined $7.5 million and less time in the wind tunnel. But apparently Dutch friends tell him he's not really credible, to take with a pinch of salt. Why would they be fined $7.5 million? If that is the case, that is bullshit. That is nothing. That is absolutely nothing. There's a drop in the ocean for the likes of Red Bull and Aston Martin, who... Red Bull are a £1 billion fucking company, and Aston Martin are owned by a billionaire. I mean, come on. You're on your third cuppa, John. At 1:30 AM, you're going strong. I mean, it's coming from Zigo Sports, so we'll see. That is brilliant. For anyone who doesn't know, that's Valtteri Bottas. We all know. That was brilliant. Why does it keep saying new? So, I mean, that was the rain earlier, guys. So it was quite heavy. Hey, Stickman, how's it going, buddy? Good to see you again. Oh, so apparently Checo's reverted to an older engine again? Mate, see, this is the thing, right? People keep going in on Sergio. Of like, why has he been slower? Why is he so far behind Max? This is the type of shit that makes him slower than Max. So he's going back to a new ICE. He's going back to an old ICE, an old MGUK unit. Parameter changes associated with a PU elements replacement. I mean, like... But this is why he's so much slower, because he keeps using older parts. They're not willing to put new parts in his car. It's just mad. Race timing is still as what it's supposed to be. So 5 minutes past the hour at 2 o'clock UK time is when the race is supposed to start. Well, formation lap anyway. Formation lap. Well, that's a nice rig. Is there anything else happening? It's a big storm. So that's what came through, guys. This is the storm that came through, which is why the race has been delayed. So, influenced by sponsors might lessen the blunt of the fines and cost cap. Guessing Abu Dhabi and others wouldn't be fans of missing out team like Red Bull racing there. Yes, but then there's also a balance of you can't have top teams just taking the piss. You can't have teams taking the piss. Like, what's the point of having the rules if that happens? Like, the sport will always be bigger than any one team or any one driver.
They're coming out already.
And that's how it should be. But right, so we got cars out, guys. We got cars coming out. They're going round to the grid. Track map is live. This isn't. Don't get excited. This is just them going to the grid. But what tyres are they out on? Full wets for Lando, is it? Wets for the AlphaTauri. Yeah, everyone's going out on wets. So I said it. I said they might go out. No, I did say they go out on wets, didn't I? Yeah, I said they go out on wets. Oh, no, Lando's on the Inters. Lando's on the Inters. Mercedes on the wets. So Lando's the only one. Charles Leclerc on the Inters. One of the Alfa Romeos. Bottas is on the Inters. So we've got a mix of Inters and full wets here. Few teams seeing what they're going to do. They are able to change those tyres before the start race. Before they start the race. But so yeah. Just dry. Perez is actually a better driver than Max. Well, he's better than Max in some areas. But overall, I think Max is still the faster driver. But the difference in speed this year has been due to, I think, a lot of the development of the car going away from Perez and suiting Max more. And motivation as well. I think he's lacked a lot of motivation in the second half of the season because both championships are pretty much wrapped up already. And while we would all love to drive a Formula One car week in, week out, for someone who's done it for years already, for there to be very little to fight for in the grand scheme of things for the rest of the season, must just be very demotivating. You must just want the season to end and to just get on to next season already. And look, I mean, they've just put, there's probably a logical reason for it, but shit like that where he ends up with an old power unit chucked into his car. Spa was the same. People were saying, oh, Spa, he's so much slower than Verstappen. I mean, that's unacceptable for him to be that much slower. Max had a rocket engine put into his car, and Perez had an old engine. He went from, like today, he had an older power unit put into his car. So the power difference and speed difference was just so much different. And that's why he was just finished so far ahead of Perez and was so much quicker. Perez was still best of the rest and still finished second. So that says a lot. But people just look at the times and don't look more into it. That's the thing. So, but yeah, no one's binned it, guys. Oh, hang on, Lando's stuck. Oh, Lando's dot stopped then. I was scared. Stickman, why was Max so pissed off yesterday? Because he was basically going to get pole, and he was told to pit because otherwise he wouldn't have had enough fuel left. Here goes Max round the second to last corner. Oh, big snap. See, the funny thing is that that's a bit of the track which is dry, where he's had that snap there. Oh, Perez. Is that Perez? Perez. No, sorry. They've put Max onto Inters. So he went out on wets, came back in and changed onto Inters. So, yeah, I told you, we're going to start on inters. No one's going to start on the wets. No, it's just teleporting. Yeah. Pulled him off the previous 2 flies as well as were pole race. Yeah, so what happened with Max yesterday is that because the track was ramping up so quickly, they told Max to abort his flying lap just before he went onto the lap that would have been pole. They said abort. So, because they saw the track was just ramping up so quickly. So he ended up doing an extra lap than he would have done normally. And it was worth the call because he was going to get pole position because of track evolution. But what happened is that throughout the lap, they were evaluating or keeping a check on his fuel levels and then quickly realised, shit, we're not going to have enough fuel here at the end of the race to have FIA scrutiny. And that's why they pulled him in when they did. And it was a very late call. And rightfully so. Max was pissed off. But we don't often see qualifying sessions where the drivers stay out consistently. Normally the cars are fueled. Like on qualifying, every little bit counts, and they are fueled to like the minute amount. Normally we see the cars go out for one out lap, then a fly lap, then come into the pits, so have an in lap, then have an out lap, same again, and that's it, 6 laps. Where he would have completed 8 laps, I think, by then, because he would have crossed the line with 7, and then he would have, on his in lap, would have been 8. So that's 2 more laps than he normally would do. So that's why they said, like, we can't, it was too risky. Oh, they're watching Max now. Oh, wow! That was a humongous lockup. That's flat spotted, surely. That was massive. Yeah, we're going to see, I reckon we might see a crash down into that corner, you know, down into T7. Where the DRS is, although DRS won't be open just yet, but because they just haven't got the heat in the tyres yet. They haven't got that heat. They could go out in formation, preliminary out, check and change tyres. Well, I think... Okay, so just relayed the information of Max locking up down into T7 on the inters. Oh my God, that image of his left tyre not moving. So there is going to be a standing start, guys. We got that, thankfully. No safety car start. Some logic coming from the FIA. Thank God. Lock up by Max down into T7 on his inters. So I don't know what Lewis is on. If Lewis is on inters, he might be. So Michael, can they? I think they're allowed to do more. I think they're able to go out and do like the more prelim laps than they would be allowed on a dry circuit. That's an assumption I'm making there, but I'm not sure if that's the case. It makes sense that they're able to, just for safety reasons, but... Yeah, Max, this is the thing. So we've got Max. Max could very well... There's not going to be any room for error here. I don't think it's going to be as easy for Max to get past as it has been at other tracks because of the street circuit, because it's wet as well. So we're in for an interesting race today, guys. How many pairs of inters do you get? I don't know. I did hear that they got an additional set of inters to use over the weekend yesterday. I did hear that. So appealing at the moment, we've just got... So the guys are going around the track, finding a little bit of grip, feeling their way round to the grid to set up for the race. That's what they're doing at the moment. Verstappen originally went out on wets, came straight back in, changed onto inters, and then locked up going into T7. So yeah, just a lot of the cars go around finding the grip, finding out whether if it's a wet or intermediate tyre they want to start on. But it looks like... Has it started to rain again? I don't think it's... Is it raining? But Charles is on into... Carlos Sainz is on Inters as well. So yeah, we'll see. No rain. They were just showing an image. I think that might have been the water dripping off of the bridge or something. Hamilton is teleporting. Yeah, we could see. I will be very, very surprised if we see any don't see a safety car here, guys. I'll be very, very surprised. Because it's just going to be so... I mean, the track temperature is currently... Okay, track temperature's ramped up a bit. It's 31 degrees Celsius. That's warmer than it was in qualifying yesterday. So... But we saw there, Max just locked up straight out of the pits going into T7 because there's not... The tyres are losing temperature so quickly. At what point is Russell able to start? So Russell is able to come out of the pit lane once the last car clears the pit lane, basically. So there's the pit exit line. That's when he's able to come out of the pits. I think that's the case. Track temperature. Well, I can move my... The only problem is that it means I've got to move myself out of... So this is where it's at the moment. That's where you find the detail there. There we go. I'll put myself there. Is that all right, guys? So you get little notifications come up there as well in regards to like where yellow flags are and stuff. So you got track temperature, air temperature, etc. Russell was in the pit stick, man, because he's had new power unit elements added to his car or changed to his car, a couple of other things as well. So yeah, they've decided to start him from the back of the grid. Probably make his setup more tailored to a wet setup as well compared to a dry. So start time, Daniel, is at 5 minutes past 2. So we've got 25 minutes now. 25 minutes, so not long. I've got loads of comments on one of my TikToks as well. I'll have to. Perez has said it seems quite wet for the intermediate tyres. That's what Perez has just said. What is the average lap time? I have absolutely no idea because it's always slower in wets and it's always slower at the start of a race because they're on full fuel. So, I don't know. Yeah, I'm on TikTok, Mr. Quicko. Yeah, I'm just shy of 10k followers, guys, on TikTok. So, I think I need 30. So, if I could get 30 followers come from here, follow me on TikTok. 10k is a unbelievable milestone that I'll be able to reach on there. So, much appreciated. And I'm live streaming on TikTok now, actually. So, anyone who is watching on TikTok, you can come over to YouTube and chat to us live. Yeah, streams are really growing. Channel's really growing. I'm really enjoying it, guys. I also do sim racing as well, as you can tell from my wheel here. I mainly do F1 content. I've actually got an F1 league race tonight around the Nürburgring. So, oh, thanks, Stickman. Yellow flags is just out in general. That will be removed once the race starts. Will you ever stream on Twitch? Not solely, no. I will start. I need to get around to doing it, but I will at some point multi-stream to Twitch. I'm waiting for a stream key from TikTok so that I'm able to stream directly from Streamlabs to TikTok and Twitch and stuff. I know you can get a stream key from TikTok, from Twitch, but I'm kind of waiting for that before I stream on Twitch. But it would only ever be a multi-stream. I much prefer YouTube. Jesus, I'm listening to Sky F1. The onside track commentator is so loud compared to Martin Brundle. Someone at Sky, please turn up his microphone. Ah, thanks, Stickman. Yeah, I don't know if I'll stream it tonight. My race later. Depends how kind of tired I am. I may record it and just edit it down into a video, but I'll decide on that later. Ooh. Only allowed to heat the intermediates up to 60 degrees. That's interesting. That's not warm at all. That's not warm at all, 60 degrees. They get hotter than that throughout the race. So that's why it takes a few laps for them to warm up the tyres and actually get some grip in. Make a race highlights vid. Yeah, I will be making a race highlights vid. I only really do F1, Michael. Do you mean like in real life, or do you mean in sim racing? In real life, it's just F1. But for sim racing, I do mainly F1 / open wheel cars because I race in VR, and it's just the best. So, oh, Massa. It does seem like it's intermediates. I feel like... See, the problem is that it's probably... You're probably going to get more grip to start off with the wets, but in the long run, you're going to last longer on those intermediates, and they're going to come in better because the track is going to dry up so quickly. So you'll be coming off those wets a lot sooner than you will be those intermediates. And if you want to make a full race strategy work, you're better off being on those inters. But then... Are drivers expecting, or are teams, are they going to take into account safety cars? Who's going to bank their strategy in regards to safety cars? Do they want to get track position early on in case that safety car comes out? We'll see. Could Ziggo maybe stream F1 against Year? I don't know. I have heard a lot of... not just the UK Sky F1's been renewed until 2029, but I have heard a lot of the renewals, a lot of the standard cable shows across the world have lost their streaming rights, or they haven't renewed it. So this is F1 Live, Raquel. F1 Live. So it is subscription based. It's like £2 UK per race. Quite cheap considering with how much everything costs in F1 these days. So yes, Caleb, so due to rain they delayed the race for an hour. The race starts 5 minutes past the hour, so 20 minutes is when we get the formation race. How much do I make a race? Varies from US YouTube ad revenue. It varies, to be fair. It could be from a couple of pounds to £10, stuff like that, really. $2029, yeah. I don't want to think of how old I'm going to be in 2029, Jan. Who do I support, FIFA? Who do I support? Well, I've always been a big fan of the British drivers because I'm British bias. So Hamilton, Norris, who else have we got on the grid who's English? Russell, Albon as well, even though he flies under the represent, he's racing under the Thai flag. Albon as well, and I am a fan of Leclerc and Sainz. Verstappen, I must admit, guys, I'm not Verstappen's biggest fan. I appreciate how quick of a driver he is, but yeah, not his biggest fan. And yeah, that's about it really. But ultimately, I like to watch good racing. I want to sit back and go, oh, like get that buzz of guys going wheel to wheel and fighting for the win. So, going to come back after 15 minutes. So yeah, guys, I'm actually going to have a quick loo break. I'm going to top up my coffee, make a fresh coffee, and yeah, that'll be probably about just a couple of minutes, hopefully, just while Martin Brundle's going down the grid. What is my forecast, Octavio? What is your forecast for this race? Do you think you have chances for Mercedes? Yeah, I think it's anyone's race today. I really do think it is. I think we're gonna get safety cars. Could get some more rain later on in the race. It's going to be a dry track to start off with. Anything can happen. It's a real. We're in for a real cracker here, and we've got cars as well who are actually on similar pace. Hamilton in the Mercedes, Perez, both the Ferraris, Verstappen making his way up to the back of that front four pretty quickly, I think. So yeah, and it's a street circuit. Anything can happen on a street circuit, especially around Singapore. So I'll still be streaming in 2029. I hope so. Wait, been sitting here for the last 40 minutes. I only just realised this might be the same stuff for whom I've frequented there. It is indeed, Courtney. I am indeed. Yeah, I remember doing those. Yeah, I was on the actual Missed Apex. I was upgraded to the full F1 podcast during the week as well. I did the news show. So yeah, I'll be doing a race review for Mexico as well, which they've kindly invited me on. So we'll be doing the watch along here and then doing the race review straight afterwards for Mexico in a few weeks' time. But, yeah, the channel itself is evolving. It's going to be a mixture of sim racing and real F1 content, opinions and stuff. So yeah, there we go. Right, yellow flag has been removed. We are going to go racing very shortly. So quick loo break and top up the coffee, and we'll be back, guys, for the race. Tape. Yeah, I know. Oh. Say what? I'm all right. Keep on liking the stream. Yeah, anyone who's just joined, I'm just topping up my coffee. You just liked on 5 accounts. Right, I just hang on. Just heard the kettle go.
Luna. Not yours. Maybe. She's eating my yogurt. I don't like them that much.
What, it's the caramel ones?
It's sweet.
I'll have them then. You can have the chocolate ones.
When I brush your teeth, can I come in here? When I brush your teeth.
Oh. Only 10 seconds. Oh. Right. 17 more than 200 likes. Oh, that's good. French, believe it or not, I actually don't like a cup of tea. I don't like tea.
Blasphemy.
Yeah, my girlfriend has just given me the dirtiest look because I'm more of a coffee person. Oh. Max doesn't really sound positive, does he? He's like, well, this might help me a little bit. We have just under 15 minutes, guys. Just under 15 minutes. So anyone who is on TikTok, welcome, guys. We are also live on YouTube as well. I'm not keeping an eye on the TikTok chat, so you can come and chat live on YouTube. Oh, thanks, Michael. Appreciate it, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah, I feel like you don't get my passion like you do elsewhere. I've done all right, Marlin. I've done all right, yeah. If I'm honest, she's the one punching. She just said she's unliking my stream now. Love it. Oh yeah, we've got over 400 of you guys waiting patiently for this race. I think over 200 of you have been waiting patiently this last hour with me, listening to my ramblings for the last hour in preparation for the race. Should have started a lot sooner, but yeah. So I'd be interested to see what everyone's starting on. If they're going to go on wets, are they going to go on intermediates? I still think intermediates. Of course you can, Slimes. Always appreciate the OGs. I'm glad I can brighten up your day. You guys brighten up my day as well. Get a little bit soppy here, guys, but no, I really do enjoy it, doing these watch-alongs and bouncing off of you all, chatting with like-minded F1 fans. I love it. Absolutely love it. And it's I look forward to bringing more of them to you. You have, Marlin. You have indeed. Oh. I do really like Charles's helmet as well. I do like a bit of gold. So, what team do I support? Well, if I had to support a team at this moment in time, it would be Mercedes. Shock, British driver, supporting Mercedes with 2 British drivers. Yes, that is correct. But I support, as I said, I have a British bias. I support the British drivers most. And I do like Leclerc and Sainz. I like Perez. I would like to see Perez do well today. But ultimately, I just want to see good racing. I just hope we get a good race today, guys. That's what I want. So, if Verstappen wins, I'm not Verstappen's biggest fan, but if Verstappen wins, fair play to him, because it'll be one hell of a drive to win this race today from 8th position round this track. So, how's the bean water? It's just water. I do a lot of talking, so I need to soothe the throat. You're my new family, yeah. Don't like Alonso's new helmet. I haven't seen Alonso's new helmet, actually. On a note of helmets, did everyone see Lando's helmet for this weekend? It's supposed to be a Master Chief helmet from Halo, from the Halo games. It looks nothing of the sort. It looks horrendous. It looks, someone described it in a group chat of mine. Described it as a Brussels sprout. It looks more like a Brussels sprout than the helmet from Halo. Can you see a picture of it? Yeah, I'll grab a picture up quickly of it. He did put it on his Twitter, but let's have a quick look, guys. So, he put a Twitter post. There you go. That is supposed to be the Master Chief helmet. It looks like a Brussels sprout. Where is it? He's got, look. So it's supposed to look like, where is it?
The whole time.
That's him dressed up in Halo. It just looks nothing of the sort. Nothing of the sort, guys. It does look like a Brussels sprout. The visor should have been gold. Yeah, that would have been better. Hey, John. Welcome, buddy. Yeah, welcome all you newbies. And OGs. Maybe because he's half Belgium. Yeah, the McLaren livery looks nice this weekend. I much prefer that than the blue. That the papaya and the black rear of the car looks so much better than it does with the papaya. One of the main reasons I didn't get the Lego version of the car, I'd love to have the build the car and have it displayed here, but not with that blue on it. It just doesn't look right. If it was the black and papaya, definitely. But oh, 100 likes! Woohoo! Thank you, guys. Kaka, thanks for the $2, buddy. The Aussie $2. No, so the race is just still got its initial delay, starting at 2:05, and that is bang on the that'll be mean, but we're bang on the 2-hour limit available to complete the race within. So if we have any safety cars, if we have a red flag, then the race length will be reduced, and it'll be a timed race. When I started TikTok, did I get many views? The first couple didn't, and then all of a sudden, I did a couple of TikToks but got like 10,000 views, and I was like, oh, people seem to kind of like this and just kept doing it. And yeah, the views have picked up. I've got one TikTok that's got over 2.7 million views, which is just crazy. Absolutely crazy. But Slimes, thanks for the sub. Yeah, thank you for the subs, guys. Anyone who has subbed and it hasn't shown an alert, YouTube works like that if you don't have your subscriptions on public. So yeah, no, thank you guys, much appreciated. You love that sound. Brussels sprouts love water. Very well said, Michael. Yeah. What's that? What happens if the car doesn't start on race start, disqualified? If it doesn't start, then doesn't start. It's, yeah, retired from the race. How do I give you a like? You just hit the like button on the big thumbs up that's on the stream. You can give that. Thanks, Just. We've got, what have we got now? We've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes until we get the formation lap, guys. 4 minutes. Yeah, that's what we want, Emil. We want to see racing. We want to see racing. I think we could see a safety car on the first lap. It's very slippery out there, guys. It has got there's not a lot of grip. Those intermediate tyres, which I suspect most people are going to be starting on, don't have a lot of heat in them out of the blankets. There's only so much heat they're going to be able to generate on that formation lap. I think be careful down here into T7. This is where the big overtaking opportunity is around this track. I wouldn't surprise me if we see some lockups here and some bailouts into turn 7. And there we go. Every single driver starting on the intermediates. Mystic Tuffy at it again. That was quite obvious, to be fair. So we've got a couple of minutes, Jaden. We've literally got 3 minutes until the formation lap starts. And contrary to what the driver tracker is currently showing you, yes, they are on the grid. They're not all starting in the pit lane. Go Tiffy. Well, yeah. At least Go Tiffy's not gridding up last on the grid. He is 19th because of Russell starting from the pits due to some PU changes. But yeah, we'll see how aggressive is Verstappen going to be at the start here. Is he going to be patient? Is he going to take his time? He's got 3 cars in front of him that he needs to overtake to get onto the back of the top 4 who do have good pace rounds here this weekend. Verstappen hasn't got the pace advantage that he's had at other tracks. So I do expect him to clear them, but will he clear them as quickly as he has done at other circuits previously? So yes. Singapore 2017 all over again. Was it 2017? Was it 2019? Wasn't it 2019 where Verstappen got wedged by two Ferraris at the start? Who's having a Sunday roast? Well, not me today. Right. How long we got? 1 minute. 1 minute and we should start seeing them pull away. You'll cook me one. Lamb roast, please. Lamb roast. Bit of mint sauce. Right, well, I mean, Jesus, like, the track looks so dry. How long is it going to be until we get guys going onto the soft tyre, onto the slicks? So 5 minutes past 2, guys. It's 5 minutes past 2. Are we going to see them go off on their formation lap? Is the driver tracker going to update itself? Come on. Come on, F1 Live. Sort yourself out. There we go. Little bit delayed. It'll be okay. They're all teleporting out of the pits. So Russell Sohail, he had to take some new parts on his car. They've changed some power unit parts. I think they've changed like brake ducts as well because he had some issues with his brakes yesterday. Changed the setup on the car as well. So he's starting from the pit lane. So everyone below Russell has moved up a position. So Sonoda, no, not Sonoda. So everyone from Stroll and below has moved up one place. Yeah, it's still wet on large areas of the track. That's why it's intermediates and not slicks. But you can see from the start-finish straight, it's very dry. But it's a very big circuit here, and that's why, while there's large proportions that are dry, those areas that are wet, it's too treacherous to risk softs or slicks in general. So, yeah, we'll see. And of course, we also have the element that the track isn't really that rubbered in because we've only got really the W series coming around here. And because we've had so much rain, it's washed away any rubber. So it's really slippery. We're probably going to see them on the intermediate. I think we're going to get them in intermediates for quite some time. But we'll see. 20 cars on track at the same time. We'll see a dry line in those wet areas appearing quite quickly, I reckon. Quite quickly. Why do you have a feeling that Max is still going to win? Because he's been in tremendous form. And we've seen him start from positions lower than 8th position and win still. I think he'll clear Alonso, Norris and Gasly quite quickly. As we said before, him trying to overtake Sainz, Hamilton. Perez, we know, will move out of the way. That's a no doubt. But him trying to get past the 2 Ferraris and Hamilton is completely different. And this is a street track. Very tight around here. Only a couple of areas to overtake. So the first, Toto Wolff said, and I think it's 100% correct, Toto Wolff said at the start of the race, I think it's going to be about who keeps it out of the walls and survives, not so much who's going to be quickest. So Ferrari will capitulate. Well, we're all expecting it. Hopefully it doesn't happen. But let's be honest, they've got form, haven't they? Thank you for the subs, guys. Much appreciated. Everyone is gridding up now. So, yeah, if you can hit that like button, hit the subscribe if you haven't already. Let's get ready for this, well, unfortunately delayed Singapore Grand Prix. But, yes, I was just watching on TV. There's still a lot. There's a lot of damp areas on this track. So, it's going to be a while until we see those soft tyres. But here we go. All right, let's hope everyone at least makes it round the first couple of corners. Latifi bringing up the rear. Last to grid up. Agreed, Mr. Fibble. Agreed in your assessment there. Right, here we go. Latifi gridded up. And it is lights out. And away they go. Looks like they've all got away cleanly. Looking at the relative down into the first corner. Perez looks like he's ahead of Leclerc into the first corner. Norris has gained a position on Gasly. Sainz did overtake Hamilton, but then Hamilton's got it back. Verstappen down into 12th position. Looks like he's spun it on at the start. Bogged down. Russell making his way out of the pits onto the back of everyone. But Verstappen there losing 4 positions, but now gaining a position back into 11th. Wow, interested to see that on TV. Looks like he's definitely bogged down at the start. Oh, and he's lost the position at the back again from Magnussen. Oof, not what he needed, but Perez a second ahead of Leclerc here. Everyone making it round. Oh, and there's a yellow flag. Looks like Albon had to go off into the runoff area there, to be expected, but Perez, just looking at the start on the TV, oh, Verstappen just bogged down. Looks like he had anti-stall on the start, but so far, everyone holding traction. Verstappen and Magnussen swapping positions here. Verstappen back ahead of Magnussen again. Just watching it on TV. Quite a bit of spray being thrown up. So yeah, definitely intermediates, not the wets, but oh my God, the amount of spray and sparks being thrown off there, guys. It is a sight to see on TV. Let's just have a look, see who did lock up into that corner there. Seems like... Oh, Albon spun. Albon spun actually into turn 7. Wow. So he's done okay to actually still be on the back of the pack there. He just went flying. He went flying. But still a nicely tight pack. They're still not even completed one lap yet. So Perez leading from Leclerc. A little bit of a gap forming between Leclerc and Sainz. And then we have Hamilton, who I expect to drop back at the earliest part of this race due to just not being able to fire those tyres up as well as the Red Bull and the Ferraris can. Norris leading Alonso there, and this is helping the front four, to be honest. I think they would have been very happy to see Verstappen bogged down at the start because they'll be able to run their own race today. But great start from Perez. Love to see that. We've got Vettel leading from Tsunoda. Go on, Vettel. Get some points today. Stroll in 10th position. Always done well in the wet. And then Verstappen trading positions once again with Magnussen. So Verstappen, he's not happy after yesterday, guys, is he? So he's going to end up... We could see an angry Verstappen this afternoon. Over 1,000 viewers. Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you very much. If you can hit the like and subscribe button, much appreciated. And yeah, this is our fifth watch along now. So, but yeah, Leclerc and Perez really starting to form a gap from Sainz now. Clearly got confidence in their setups compared to Sainz and Hamilton. But Hamilton, keep an eye out on Hamilton, guys, because as we said, Mercedes takes a lot longer to get heat in their tyres compared to the Ferraris and the Red Bull. Leclerc's been strong all weekend in that regard. And yeah, I'd like to see Perez win it today. That would be a good result, I think, after the unfair criticism he has gained recently. So yeah, but Verstappen up into 10th now, overtaking Stroll. Yeah, fully expect him to make kind of good headway here on Tsunoda, Vettel, and Gasly and the guys in front. Now the field is starting to spread. Oh, wow. Yeah, Verstappen literally just sending it. That is a man who is angry. There's an angry Verstappen behind that wheel, guys. But we've only just completed the second lap. I feel like I've been talking so much already. My voice is going to take an absolute pounding. The missus might be happy, though, because it means I'll shut up this evening. I won't be able to talk. But yeah, Perez and Leclerc still pulling out a gap now. 4 seconds between Sainz and Perez at the front. Hamilton starting to close the gap on Sainz. Doesn't look like it just yet. Maybe a couple more laps until he really starts getting heat in those tyres. But Norris doing well, starting to pull away from Alonso. Is Norris going to have another lonely race here? He possibly could, but... Oh, wow. Oh, Hamilton got pushed off by Sainz there. Went wheel to wheel into the first corner. So, don't think there'll be a penalty there. Just watching Max Verstappen's on board. Oh, wow. Yeah, he got anti-stall at the start. Well, almost anti-stall. Oh, he got swamped. Absolutely swamped. Ooh. But yeah, Leclerc with a fastest lap there, 2:01.2. Only expect times to get faster as we go on. But let's have a quick rundown of the positions, guys. So Perez, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, Norris, Alonso, Gasly, Vettel, Tsunoda, Verstappen in P10. He's only 3 tenths behind Tsunoda now, so probably expect him to overtake Tsunoda. Where are they going? They're going down into that next run, into turn 14. Is he going to send it? Oh, yes. He sent it, hasn't he? Surely. Looks like it on the track map. He has indeed. Verstappen has got ahead of Tsunoda. Oh, he came from quite far back there. That's going to be interesting to see on TV. Hamilton already complaining about the tyres on... Yeah, but Lewis, what was you... But Lewis, I don't really know what he's going on about there. What other tyre did you expect to start on? The wets are not the tyre. It will eventually get temperature into those tyres and he'll end up being okay. He needs to know that the car isn't great with the tyres. But yeah, Verstappen up into 9th now. Perez and Leclerc just in a league of their own at the moment, pulling away from Sainz. Hamilton under 2 seconds now from Sainz. So this is kind of the stage of the race. Expect to see Lewis catch up to the back of Sainz. Norris pulling away from Alonso. It's all starting evening out now. So all aboard the Stroll train, guys. All aboard the Stroll train. Verstappen already on the back of Vettel. Yeah, Michael, I don't think they're going to treat Carlos and Lewis's incident at the start. So they've just called out a first corner incident on the wets. They give a bit of leeway at the start of the race anyway, doesn't he? So... yeah, pit stop strategy is going to be interesting here, Benny. The lap times are only getting faster. So last time around, we was in the 201s. Perez did a 208 this time around. Really, we've got to keep an eye on the TV coverage to see how the track is drying. Track involvement is going to be really important here today because we could get more rain throughout later on in the race. I'm not sure if that's expected. Oh my God, that was so close between Max and Magnussen there. Oh my God. Oh my God. Great racing, but... oh, we're looking at Albon at the start. Oh. Albon literally just lost it on his own. Spun it on his own. But there we go. Perez has just taken half a second out of his previous lap time there. The track is drying up, guys. Keep an eye on how dry the track gets because the next tyre change we're going to get is definitely onto slicks, but it's just when. I don't think they're going to go onto another set of intermediates, and maybe they will. Maybe they will go onto another set of intermediates, but I don't think so. They're going to try and take these intermediates as long as they can and then change onto those soft tyres. But normally this is a 2-stop race. We want the Alonso train. Well, Alonso's gap is 2 points. He's nearly 3 seconds behind Norris. Norris is doing really well. He's pulling away from Alonso. He's not quick enough as the front 4 teams. He did a 2:02.3 that last lap, and Hamilton did a 2:01.5. So, I mean, Hamilton and Sainz struggling with the grip on their tyres compared to Leclerc and Perez. Leclerc and Perez at the moment at this stage of the race are in a league of their own. Sainz and Hamilton just taking that little bit longer to fire those tyres up and get temperature into them. But Verstappen still hasn't overtaken Vettel. I think we might see it this lap though. He's half a second behind him if we look at the intervals there. So Verstappen did a 2:03.2. So this is the thing, you're very limited to there's certain areas around this track where you just cannot overtake, like the section they're going through now into T13. But Stroll really holding up the pack there, isn't he? From 11th down to Bottas. Russell's up in 17th position. Not making as much headway as I thought he would either. Oh, mods, if you could get rid of those bots, please. It's a 27-second average pit loss time. So it's safety car is 10 seconds less than that, 15 to 17 seconds, they said, if there's a safety car or a virtual safety car. But yeah, 27 seconds is the important time to keep an eye out for here, guys, for people pitting. So as an example, if Perez was to pit now, 27 seconds, he'd come out behind Tsunoda, or just in front of Tsunoda, behind Verstappen. But Verstappen can't get past Vettel at the moment. Interesting. I thought he'd easily clear him. All aboard the Latifi train at the back, by the way. Latifi, Zhou and Albon. But let's look at some lap times. So Perez at 2:02 and Leclerc at 2:02 that time around. Sainz at 2:01.1, Hamilton at 2:01.4. So they're a second slower than the front 2 cars at the moment. Look at that gap just opening up. They're really not liking this early part of the race. Norris did a 2:02.3, so best of the rest at the moment. and then Alonso a 2:02.8. So, yeah, Norris could be in for a lonely race here if there's no safety cars. But we're starting to see some different races forming throughout the pack here. Look at Verstappen. He's all over the back of Vettel again. 0.6 seconds. He just can't overtake. Be interested to see, is he going to be able to overtake him into turn 14? I don't know if he will. I mean, Tsunoda's going to be more compliant than Vettel will, that's for sure. First 0.2 hours, yeah, it's not too bad. Track not drying up quick enough, apparently. Yeah, just having a look now. Yeah, he's just not close enough. See, lost Norris's radio. Yeah, Norris saying it's not drying up very quickly. The thing is, through the straights, it's drying up. But through the corners, where you really need that rear traction, it's just still very slippery and wet. So 2:0... Oh, there we go. So Hamilton and Sainz finally getting into the 2 minutes there. Sainz doing a 2:04, a 2-minute 4, and Hamilton doing a 2:09. Perez once again improving. He's only getting faster as the track is evolving. Who would have thought we'd have a Perez and Leclerc racing for P1 this weekend, guys? I definitely didn't expect that. Stroll doing a travel agent's job. He really is holding the pack up here, isn't he? He really is. I mean, because I actually think Magnussen in that Haas has got a bit of pace around here for the midfield. He could probably fight it out for points here today because he was really good in qualifying, but he's currently being held up by Stroll. Russell on the back of Bottas now. Is he close enough to be able to overtake him? Oh, we got a yellow flag. Latifi and Zhou. Latifi and Zhou going slow at the back there. Zhou has stopped. Zhou has stopped. They've had a coming together. Are we going to get our first safety car? Zhou's dot hasn't moved. Let's have a look. His dot's not moved. I still don't know why there's not yellow flags. There we go. It's back out. Are we going to get a VSC? Surely it's at least a VAC. We need to see on TV to see whereabouts he has stopped. Don't know if there's any runoff areas there for him to be able to wheel that car safe, or the marshals to be able to get that car safely out of the way. Still waiting for the TV coverage to catch up. That's definitely a coming together between Zhou and Latifi. Got to be. Because it was a Latifi train. Here we go. They're about to show it on TV. Zhou still hasn't moved. He must be wheeled off to the side. Oh, okay. So Zhou's car looks like it's been safely removed. Oh, yeah. Zhou is... Oh, he pulled down into a safety escape road. So he looks like he's fine. So Latifi and Zhou did come together. Latifi's got a puncture. Oof. But Magnussen's got a black and white flag, apparently, which is why he's pitting. Is that correct? Is that why he's pitting? Or black and orange flag, sorry. Oh, that's a shame for Zhou. That's a shame. Still got that yellow flag out. It doesn't say what sector that yellow flag is in. Oh, Sector 1, sorry. Sector 1, yeah. Thanks, George. So Magnussen's back out. So black and orange flag is... Oh, here we go. Just watching it back on TV. The incident between Zhou and Latifi. Oh, Latifi. Latifi. What are you doing, man? He did, Joe. He did just squeeze you into the wall. What was Latifi doing? And we have a safety car. We have our first safety car of the race. It was never in doubt, guys, was it? It was never in doubt at the Singapore Grand Prix. Did anyone just see that from Latifi, though, guys? I mean, come on. Like, where is Zhou supposed to go? You can't move over back. You can't move back over to the racing line like that. It's just. Sorry. So the black and orange flag is when you have damage and you have to come in and pit. Otherwise, if you don't come in and pit within 3 laps, you get disqualified. So commonly known as the meatball flag. Any sim racers out there, we all hate that dreaded meatball flag. Why? Sorry, guys. I'm just thinking, why is there a safety car? Is that because there's too much damage? Is there too much debris on track? Why is a safety car being pulled out? Why is it not a VSC? Bunches to pack up. Helps Verstappen. Verstappen's like, thank you. But we'll see. So who's coming into pit? So no one's really coming into pit yet because it's too early on in the race. The field is too bunched up. So no cheap pit stops available yet, guys. Oh, Mag's front end plate was hanging off, was it? Fair enough. Fair enough. This does play in the hands. Well, but the thing is, does it play into the hands of Sainz and Hamilton? I don't think it does, because the problem is with them two, they were struggling to get temperature in those tyres anyway, compared to Perez and Leclerc. We'll probably see a similar situation where Leclerc and Perez pull away from the start again, because they're able to light their tyres up much quicker than Hamilton and Sainz. Hamilton and Sainz are going to be thinking, for God's sake, just as we were getting temperature into our tyres and we're able to pick up the pace a bit, they're going to be in the same situation again. Latifi's like, look, if I'm going at the end of the season, I want to give you guys some more memes before I go out, guys. Oh, Emil, so Latifi did actually get some decent results in F2 and got enough points for a super license, but he's made that step up to F1 and he hasn't got the pace. Just how it is sometimes. Just how it is. Latifi crashes, helping Max to win the championship. Well, what was interesting there, guys, so as the safety car bunches the field back up, so Verstappen, of course, got a very poor start. We're looking at Bottas now, down into T7. Big lockup. Oh, wow. Wow, Russell sent it on Bottas into T7. Locked up. Bottas turned in and damaged his front wing. Oh, Russell and Bottas coming together again, man. Just watching it from Russell's perspective again. Oh, he locked up the front left. Russell locked up the front left. Fair enough. Ambitious from George. Ambitious. So, yeah, sorry. So, to recap. So, Verstappen, what was interesting there, obviously, bogged down at the start, lost a few positions. He wasn't able to get past Vettel. He's been stuck behind Vettel for about 3 laps now. 3-4 laps. And not been able to get past him or get close enough to him to even attempt to pass. Which is interesting. Very interesting. Because I thought he'd clear him easily. Flash. Latifi, the Canadian, flashbang, what up? Danny Rick is staying. Strong rumours are that Danny Rick is going to be Mercedes reserve driver for next year. He was pictured coming out of the Mercedes motorhome or paddock or whatever it is, talking to Toto Wolff. So, yeah, I think he's out for next year and he'll come back, hopefully, for a position in 2024. So, what is Magnussen doing? So, Magnussen had to pit. Gabriel. He had to come in due to damage on his front wing end plate. So that's why he's so far behind the field. But so yeah, let's have a recap, guys. Latifi's retired. Latifi has retired. What a shame. What a shame. Need us say any more? Need us say any more about Latifi? So, lap. We are on lap 10 of 61, as you can see there on the bottom right. Let's have a rundown, guys. Let's have a rundown of the grid. So we have Perez and Leclerc in first and second, Sainz third, Hamilton, Norris, Alonso, Gasly, Vettel, Verstappen, Tsunoda, Stroll, Ricciardo up into 12th. Not bad from Danny Rick. Where did he start again? Danny Rick started, what, 16th? So Danny Rick's up 4 positions. Mick Schumacher 13th, Ocon, Bottas, Russell, Albon, and Magnussen. So, as we've seen with Russell and Verstappen struggling to get past Bottas and Vettel, not as easy to overtake here and make your way through the field. But it'll be interesting to see. I expect Verstappen probably to get past Vettel here quite easily. Safety car is in, guys. Safety car is in, and we're underway. So, let's keep an eye out into the first corner. Colder tyres. And remember, is anyone going to make an error going into the first corner and down into T7? Top 4 are a lot closer than they were at the start. Everyone seems to have held station, it seems. Doesn't seem to be any overtakes here into the first corner under the safety car restart. Once again, Perez and Leclerc making that launch away from Sainz. Hamilton not close enough to make a move on Sainz here. Norris getting the break on Alonso, which is important for him. Verstappen has got past Vettel. There we go. I told you he would. Thank you for the sub, JK. Not going to try and pronounce the rest of it. Just looks like you ran your hand across the keyboard. But yes, Verstappen, important for him to get past Vettel there. And of course, we know Gasly is not going to put up a fight against Verstappen. He'll see that Red Bull livery and kindly get out of the way. So getting past Alonso may be a little bit different kettle of fish, but this safety car has massively benefited Verstappen here. That Red Bull able to light their tyres up much quicker than the other cars, especially the midfield cars. But Hamilton looks like he's a bit more on the back of Sainz than he was at the start of the race anyway. Leclerc within that 1 second margin of Perez. But all in all, a very good restart from Perez there. What happened to the bottom 2? So, Latifi turned back, moved over back onto the racing line with Zhou. And Zhou had to retire, and Latifi got a puncture that just gave him too much damage and had to retire the car. But Alonso's all over the back of Norris here. Norris has had a little bit of a wiggle, I think, somewhere. Yeah, 203.4 compared to Alonso's 202.7. So Norris had a little bit of a snap of oversteer, most probably somewhere. Rain, thank you for the sub. And anyone else who was subbed, thank you guys. And thanks for liking. We've got 1,500 viewers here. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. Smash that PB. Oh, yes, Max passed PS. We knew that was going to happen very quickly. So the charge is on for Max now. Catching onto Alonso. Is he going to be able to overtake Alonso and Norris quick enough to get onto the back of Hamilton and Sainz, who probably similar situation to earlier on, struggle to get heat into those tyres. But Perez, wow, Perez at 59.5. He is on fire today. Love to see it. I love to see it because that man has had such unfair criticism this last couple of weeks. Out of nowhere, and considering he's running an old power unit in that car as well, fair play to you. Go on, Perez. It is. Well, it feels like I'm talking so much, guys, and I look back and they still haven't completed the lap. But yeah, thanks for the subs, guys. Much appreciated. K-Mag got damage and was given the black and orange flag to pit. So yeah, that's why he's all the way at the back of the grid, which is a shame because he's had... That's been Magnussen's story this year. He's been a little bit too brash in the first couple of laps. Picked up damage, which has forced him to the back of the grid at the start. I might actually... I'm going to have to go back and count this up. But he's had too many first lap, second lap incidents that have cost him points, where if he just kept it clean, stayed in the race, he would have picked up some decent points. He had a good qualifying session here this weekend, had pace to get into the top 10. He's all but ruined that now, unfortunately. So, yes, Perez's lap. So, 59.4 for Perez, 59.3 for Leclerc. Those two, once again, league of their own, it seems, especially at this stage of the race on the intermediate tyres. Hamilton and Sainz dropping back once again. Similar situation to earlier on in the race where they're a second slower than Perez and Leclerc. Just can't get those temperature in those tyres. Verstappen all over Alonso now. Is he going to be able to overtake him down into T7? Alonso, we do know, likes Verstappen and might not fight the position too hard. Knows Verstappen probably isn't his race, but it is a street circuit. It's much more difficult to overtake around here. Who will win today? I don't know. At the moment, one of Leclerc or Perez, they're in a league of their own. But we'll see. The track is drying out. It does look considerably drier, and there will be at some point during this race a point to go onto slick tyres. That's going to be interesting. But Perez just seems in control at the moment. Verstappen not able to get past Alonso there. Helping Norris this is. Norris picking up the pace again. 2:01.3 last time around. Those upgrades clearly working for McLaren this weekend, guys. Latifi, Latifi is the star of the show so far. May the legacy live on forever. Yes, well, as we know, guys, Ferrari strategy, still yet to come into play. At the moment, it's in the hands of the drivers, which we all know they're more than capable of doing. But be interesting to see what the strategy is doing. So I'm just looking at the TV coverage at the moment. It does seem like it's drying up quite a bit. Where are the corners? I think it's turn 13 and 14 where it still looks quite wet. Turn 13 looks okay. What about turn 14? They're just on ball or following Alonso and Verstappen at the moment. It looks dry. The problem is, so it looks dry, but it looks very greasy. And that's the difference, where the grip in the slicks probably just isn't enough yet. So it looks like where it's properly wet at the moment is through the last sector, through turn 17, through turn 16, 17, 18, and 19. That's where it's proper. Like this sector here, basically sector 3 in an essence. That's where it's really wet at the moment. But once again, in the 59s for Perez and Leclerc, the only two drivers to do so. Sainz and Hamilton on similar pace here, but not able to close that gap up at the moment. It took him about, 4 or 5 laps last time around to get heat in those tyres and actually start approaching the times that Perez and Leclerc were doing. So Verstappen, is he going to have an opportunity here to overtake Alonso down into this corner? I don't think he does. 7 tenths behind. No. So Verstappen, it seems, having the same issue as he did with Vettel at the moment. It's 2 laps now he's behind Alonso. This is all the while helping Norris and Hamilton and Sainz as well, because, of course, the longer Verstappen is behind those two, the further they can get away. Benny, Perez's job, it seemed, was to bring Verstappen closer. Perez went hard to defend and hold off Leclerc. I think this is Perez's, the way he's doing consistent low 59s at the moment. This is Perez's to lose. He's the fastest man on track quite comfortably. Quite comfortably. I don't think Perez's job is to hold up Leclerc here for Verstappen. Realistically, Verstappen wasn't going to win the championship here this week. It involved him winning the race, getting fastest lap, and I think Leclerc to finish outside the top 9. So this is just a race for Verstappen to, obviously, he wants to win every single race. Of course he does. But where he started, this is a race for him to kind of hopefully get a podium and, make sure he can wrap it up a lot easier in Japan, which I think he'll do. But, Perez in control with Verstappen on Alonso again. He's really closing up into the braking zones, but they're not close enough to make that advantage work in the braking zones. But he's all over him. That seems to be closest at the moment. Gasly and Vettel bunching up the field, it seems. So Magnussen, Albon, Russell stuck. Russell is stuck. Look at him. Absolutely stuck. Oh, thanks, Stickman. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And thanks everyone who is here, whether you're an OG, you've come back to watch. And yeah, if you're new here, much appreciated. As always, if you can hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We'll be doing, obviously, more watch-alongs, more F1 content moving forward. So, yeah, sad for Magnussen. Sad for Magnussen. He's just had such a good start to the season, and unfortunately, he's been too brash at the start of the races. He could have picked up so many more points if he was just a little bit more patient at the start of the race. And he's picked up. I've lost count of how many times he's picked up front wing damage. So 59.0 from Perez there. Look, he's just slowly pulling away from Leclerc. He's 3 tenths faster that time around. Sainz and Hamilton only able to do mid 2 minutes. They're just not able to do the same pace as Leclerc and Perez at the moment. Perez is over a second quicker than Sainz and Hamilton. That is mad. I would not have thought that to be the case here today. That's obscene. No worries, Taryn. No problem at all. It's my absolute pleasure. How did we get on at Detroit, Jimmy? We will not talk about that. Yeah, we won't talk about Detroit in iRacing. But just looking. Just listening to Anthony Davidson. Okay, so Hamilton's saying Hamilton is now saying he's losing time due to be held up by Sainz. So we could see Hamilton get a move on now and try and overtake Sainz and force the issue. Interesting. So Hamilton clearly feels more confident in his tyres now, got the grip. Thank you for the subs, guys. Much appreciated. So many coming through. Hein, Tio, I apologise if I've butchered your name there. Sicily, Silly, Gunther, Mark, Jorgen, Pepperone, Rain, like anyone who has subbed. Big appreciations, guys. Thank you for being here. Still a very long way to go in this race. Only 16 out of the 61 laps completed as Perez is about to cross the line. Can he break that 59 mark? No, 59.3. So slowly, pretty much identical times from Perez and Leclerc there. So 1.7 seconds. Sainz has come onto the radio and said he is struggling with his tyres. So yeah, Hamilton needs to try and get the job done there. And Verstappen's still stuck behind Alonso. He just doesn't... He's not able to pass them as much as he'd like. Albert, yeah, so we've got... There's not really much change in position at the moment. Everyone kind of holding station. All aboard the Gasly train now, rather than the Stroll train. Oh, not the Gasly train. Sorry, that's poor on Gasly there from my part. A Sonoda, more like a Sonoda. But Norris doing so. Alonso actually did a lap time, but was slightly faster than Norris last time around. So is Alonso finding some pace on Norris? Are the tyres starting to drop off? So this is an interesting stage of the race now, guys. I think looking at the TV coverage, a lot of the track looks dry. That's going to tear through these intermediate tyres. Here's Norris on the radio. There we go. So Norris just came on the radio and said the intermediates are becoming more slick, great in the dry areas, but slippery in the wet areas, where there's only really a few. So yeah, we're seeing this changeover in the tyres now and the track. Ooh, this is going to get spicy. What that would get over the license agreement, Duncan. Yeah, I'm not sure if it would. Hamilton is currently fourth, so Leclerc, first man into the below the 59s. Much better time from Leclerc there. 2:0 from Sainz. Sainz starting to get a little bit of a move on, but still 1 second slower than the top two. Yeah, Hamilton needs to get past Sainz. Needs to. But remember we said that 27-second time gap, guys. So the front two now have a gap to get in front of Gasly. So critical here. The front two can pit and come out in front of Gasly because it's on average 27 seconds pit loss time here. So obviously Sainz and Hamilton don't have that. Verstappen, the more he's kept behind Alonso, they're going to be able to... He's going to be a pit stop behind the front two. Verstappen. He's edging ever closer to that. So keep an eye on that gap to the front, guys. Yeah, we're entering the critical phase here, Zed. Very much so. Not quite ready for slicks yet, Michael. This is the problem. This is the problem. Is that I still think the wet areas, specifically in the last sector, it seems like on TV, is still just a little bit too wet for slicks. Just a little bit. Alonso is defending king. He is indeed. But it looks like Verstappen just isn't even threatening him. He just cannot get close enough. Yeah, Sainz saying not far from slicks. Not far. Perez opened up a little bit of a gap here and about another 10th or so. But Hamilton and Sainz, 10 seconds, 12 seconds. Hamilton's nearly 13 seconds behind Perez now. Verstappen, once again, losing another second and a half or so to Perez. He cannot get past Alonso. Perez, 58.9, now making it into the 58s. Here comes Verstappen. Verstappen saying still too wet. Okay. Oh, this is interesting, guys. This is interesting. Everyone down from Mick could be the first to try sticks it. Yeah, I think we'll see that pack, that mid pack. It's worth the risk because if it works out, they're going to make such a big... They're going to make, like, the undercut is going to be so powerful to them. It could be. But then they could completely botch it up and come out too early. And so timing is so important here, guys. But whoever gets it right is going to make big moves. Fortune favours the bold, as they say. No, Zed, this is the thing. I think Verstappen now, as the race has gone on, is calm. He knows realistically he's not going to wrap up the championship here. It's all about the long game, picking up enough points to be able to secure the win next week at Japan, where the car is probably once again going to be the car to beat. Suzuka is a bit more power dependent, and as we know, the Red Bull has been very good at the power driven circuits. So Su to overtake Vettel. Yeah, so if we look, let's have a look a little bit further back down the grid. So let's go from Gasly. So Gasly and Vettel, there's a bit of a gap forming between them. They seem to be the best of the rest at the moment. And then Tsunoda's starting to form a little bit of a gap ahead of Stroll, nearly 2 seconds. Ricciardo, Mick Schumacher. It seems to be really close between Ocon, Bottas and Russell. Now, I'm surprised about Ocon here, guys. I know he had issues with his brakes in qualifying, but Russell and Ocon really not making the headway that I thought they would. Just shows the nature of this track and how difficult it is to overtake. Easier than Monaco, but still difficult. You have to pick and choose your moments, especially in these track conditions. If it was drier, we'd probably see a few more lunges, a few more risks being taken, but so easy to lock up these tyres at the moment. Thanks to the subs, guys. Thanks, Hounds. Thanks, who else subbed? Ritz, Sam, Frederick. Thanks, guys. And anyone else who has subbed but it hasn't come up as an alert. So, yes, and then Magnussen and Albon bringing up the rear at the moment, having their own little tussle. But once again, Perez in a 58.7. He's 2.5 seconds ahead of Leclerc now. It's just, I am really impressed with Perez's performance today, guys. Really impressed. Massive lag on the upshift, Verstappen has said. So Verstappen 26 seconds behind Perez now. He's nearly a pit stop behind Perez, his teammate. Perez and Leclerc both got plenty of room to make a pit stop and come in between that gap between Verstappen and Gasly. But at the end of this lap, Verstappen, I think, is going to be a pit stop behind Perez. 58.5 again. The front two are definitely hoping to. They're definitely waiting for someone else to make that decision to go to slicks so that they can use them as a benchmark. Hamilton looks good. I don't know. He's currently being held up by Sainz, it seems. He's over a second slower than Perez. It'd be interesting to see what Hamilton's lap times would be in clean air, but he's. Yeah, so all the teams, Alonso's radio said they all seem, there's varying reports here. Sainz said it's not far from the slicks. Alonso says, I don't think it's ready for slicks. This is so interesting because what do they do? Do you make your first pit stop onto a fresh set of inters with a dry and out track? Or do you just take these inters as long as possible, but then they're going to turn more and more into slicks? Oh, it's really intriguing, guys. Really intriguing. Perez now 3 seconds ahead of Leclerc and is 27 seconds ahead of Verstappen, who has just got past Alonso. Alonso, yellow flag. Alonso's got an issue. Oh, no. Is that a safety car? Is that a safety car? No, Alonso, man. Not again. Oh, no. What do they do? What do they do? Do they go onto slicks? Do they go onto a fresh set of inters? Is it going to be a safety car? Here we go. Perez coming round that last corner. Is he pitting for a free pit stop? No, they don't think it's ready for. It might not be a safety car, and they probably don't think it's ready for a pit stop yet. A virtual safety car. Ooh, is Sainz and Hamilton going to pit here? Are they going to pit? Because this is an opportunity for them to be bold, take a free pit stop. No, Sainz and Hamilton don't pit. Does Verstappen pit? Are they going to pit? No one is taking a pit stop yet. So Alonso is in a safe enough position to be able to move that car away. But that's such a shame for Alonso. The engine's gone on Alonso's car, man. That's such a shame. He was doing such a good job of fighting Verstappen and also just running the points himself. But no one's pitting. No one's pitting. No one is willing to take that risk just yet. They don't think the track is ready to change to either a fresh set of inters or change to a fresh set of slicks. It's right in between that. It's right in between that that changeover period. Why VSC, Giorgio? Because Fernando was able to pull over into a safe position to remove the car, but they've just neutralised the race just in case someone does go off. It's not enough for a full safety car. We'll probably get the virtual safety car go or be removed very soon. Oh, Tsunoda! Jeez, Tsunoda nearly went into the wall and then nearly stalled it. Okay, so Russell has taken a pit stop. He's the only person to pit, Russell. Mediums? Oh, okay. Okay. So Russell, all eyes on Russell. Everyone is looking at Russell. Every single person down that pit lane now has their eye on Russell's lap times. To be fair, it's the right call for Mercedes. They can use it as a guinea pig for Hamilton as well. Oh my God, George. George trying to get the temp in those rear tyres. Yeah, Verstappen went. That's brave at the moment. Hey, Lionel, where's it going, buddy? I've seen you in here, mate. Russell's the most consistent driver of the championship so far. He's going to make it again. Well, unfortunately, he's round the track that. So we're back underway. The track is now live again. Russell, unfortunately, is unless something dramatic happens, he's not going to end up picking up really points this year. This race. So yeah, as Anthony Davis has just said, this is like Mexico. This is like Turkey all over again, where the track is really in that is slippery. Do we go onto slicks? Do we go onto intermediates? Do we stay on the intermediates? But let's see. So keep an eye on Russell. He's all the way at the back there. It's going to take a while for him to get those tyres up to temperature anyway. So it's probably going to take a couple of laps for him to even start getting anywhere near like a half decent lap time. So some recent subs. Thank you, Mr. DiCaprio, Bong, Rob. Much thank you, guys. Mateo. It is worth the gamble, especially because he couldn't get past Bottas and he can be used as the guinea pig for Hamilton. So we've seen Red Bull do it with Perez a few times as well, changing him onto a set of tyres to see if the hards have been worth the choice. But let's have a look. So Verstappen on Norris now. Is Verstappen going to be able to get past Norris, or will he get stuck like he was behind Alonso? Verstappen a 58.3. Okay, so with a little bit of free air, Verstappen has just set the fastest lap of the race. Okay, so we know that if he was at the front of the pack, Verstappen would definitely be there fighting those two. But he doesn't have enough of a pace differential to get past the cars around this track. That's the difference. K-Mag had to pit very early on for damage, and that's why he's at the back of the grid, unfortunately. So Russell, let's see what Russell does. 2:45 last time. Yeah, that's because it was a VSC ending. But this is the sector. So where Russell's going through now, sector 3, is probably the slippiest area of the whole track at the moment. So what we can do, guys, we can just keep an eye. We can select Russell and actually just see his sector times. So I don't expect him in the first couple of laps to do really anything at all. But we should start to see whether or not he'll be able to set any green sectors. Russell shitting himself. Is it spitting? So Russell has just set a green sector, but not a purple sector. That's the difference. You're not... When the slicks really start to come into their own is if he's setting purple sectors. And at the moment, of course, he's not doing that. So okay, clearly not got the grip at the moment. We'll come back to that. Perez has just set a fastest lap, 58.3. Leclerc doing a 58.4. So this is still a Perez versus Leclerc race here, if there's no more safety cars anyway. Max and Lewis fight for podium incoming. Yeah, could be. Could very well be, yeah. Hamilton. I mean, Ted Kravitz is saying, oh, this doesn't work, George. Like, the numbers are saying this hasn't worked. But the Mercedes don't switch their tyres on instantly anyway. It takes a couple of laps for them to even warm up. So I wouldn't necessarily say bring him in after 2 laps, especially with one of those being a VSC, where he hasn't been able to warm up those tyres. Give him a couple more laps, maybe. Yeah, go on, Russell. All right, so Perez, once again, putting out a little bit more of a gap. 3 seconds ahead of Leclerc now. So Hamilton still stuck behind Sainz. Verstappen stuck behind Norris. Gasly and Vettel both kind of just doing their own thing. It's a bit of a spread out field now. We've kind of got little pairs forming. This is where the races are. But Verstappen is 28 seconds behind Perez. So yeah, Perez has basically got a pit stop over Verstappen at the moment. 68 minutes of the race to go. Yeah. I don't know. It's not got to a timed race yet. Oh, we got a yellow flag. Where's that? Double yellow in track sector 7. Albon stopped. Oh no. Oh no. Well, he's going to be off in the escape road. Is it another VSC? It's got to be another VSC, isn't it? And Albon's got going again. Okay, so Albon's got going again. He's clearly spun or had a lock-up. Had to spin round. Must have done. Yeah, he's okay. So that's a yellow flag. Yellow flag's incorrect there. That'll be removed, surely. But yeah, Albon. Let's have a look on TV. Surely something happens. He's back on track, is he? Albon's lost front wing. Okay, fair enough. Let's have a look at Russell. I did a little purple sector up there. Oh, Albon went straight into the barrier, yeah. So Russell's tyre still not coming in yet. 58.1 from Perez. I mean, Perez is just getting faster and faster and faster. Majorly, he's pulling out a big gap on Leclerc now. This is a mega performance from Perez. Go on, the boy. Not even halfway through this race yet, guys. I wonder if they have another win thanks to the goatee fee. Oh, there is a virtual safety car. Okay. So, once again, Perez and Leclerc have got an opportunity here. What are they going to do? Are Red Bull going to make a bold call? I don't think they're going to make a call yet. Are they going to go to fresh intermediates? Take a cheap pit stop? They might take a cheap pit stop here. No, Perez has continued. Leclerc has continued. So they just... no one's comfortable changing onto another set of intermediates or onto a softs... Or, sorry, slicks yet. Russell's lap time's clearly not showing that it's ready for slicks. And they don't want to risk taking on a new set of intermediates. Sainz and Hamilton doing the same. Norris and Verstappen definitely won't because they'll lose track position. They'll come out behind that mid-pack, which is not worth the risk. They're just going on and on and on. This is so interesting. Yeah, it's not going to help Russell. That's just completely undone all the work that Russell's done in the last couple of laps there in regards to heating up his tyres. This track on iRacing, oh God no. Detroit Belvoir was bad enough, James. So Albon is pitting. I don't know what they're going to do for him. Are they going to just retire the car? Yeah, Albon's out, unfortunately. Poor result for Williams. Poor result. But Leclerc 4 seconds behind Perez now. So Leclerc's starting to struggle on his tyres. Perez, the tyre whisperer. The official tyre whisperer, Perez, really doing a good job here. Hamilton on signs, but just can't make up the difference. Just hasn't got that speed differential to get past him. Neither has Verstappen on Norris. So let's have a look a little bit. Let's have a look, sorry, a little bit further down the grid. So we have Gasly having his little fight with Vettel. We have Stroll just on his own, same as Ricciardo. Mick Schumacher not doing too bad, only 1 position away from the points. And then we have Tsunoda after his issue of nearly going into the wall, being chased by Ocon, Bottas, and then Magnussen at the back on his own. Well, Russell's technically on the back on his own. But let's have a look. Is he doing any better lap time, any sector times yet? No. Track is just still a little bit too slippery. Oh, we have a yellow flag. Yellow flag in sector 11. So that was here. Ocon stopped. Oh, no. Ocon stopped. Both the Alpines out. What? No worries, Marlin. Good to see you, mate. Thanks for the modding, as always. So Ocon stopped. What's happened to Ocon? And then Hamilton's saying he's got more pace, but he just can't get past signs. We still got a very long way in this race. We've still got 30 odd laps left remaining. Might get cut down due to the time limit, but Ocon's out this race. Is this a safety car or is it another VSC? What are they going to do? Oh, his engine smoking. Black smoke coming from his engine. That's a safety car, surely. Or is it is he able to reverse it? He looks like he's able to roll it back due to the gradient of the track into the safety area. Virtual safety car. Okay, so another VSC. It's still too early for all this, though. No one's taken a risk on like a fresh set of inters. Lap times are only getting faster. Yeah, it's a double engine issue for Alpine. Not good. Not good for them, is it? Whatsoever. They've had a few this year. Alonso's had a few, isn't he? Didn't he take like 3 engine penalties or 2 new engines in like the space of like the first 3 races, something like that? But hey, Derpy, how's it going, buddy? No wonder Alonso and Piastri don't want them. Justification right now. Gasly's driving past Ocon going and Alonso, like double engine issue, just going, oh, for fuck's sake, I'm announcing, but I'm signing for them next week. Oh, that just went pop, didn't it? So no one's pitting yet. Everyone is standing on those inters. We have got Turkey all over again, guys. But everyone has to make a mandatory pit stop. So they have to pit at some point. It's not like Hamilton did where he could go to the end of the race on those intermediates. We still have to have 1 pit stop. The Ferrari team were ready, but he didn't come in, signs. Oh, it's so interesting, this race. So interesting. Let me just do 50 lap Singapore length should be revised. It is a long race, isn't it? 61 laps. I mean, it's only long at the moment though, really, because they're on inters and they're not going as fast as they would on slicks. You're in Singapore right now, Derpy, are you? Wow. Thanks for the sub, Valerio. And anyone else who has subbed, much appreciated. If you can hit the like button. I don't even know how many likes we're on, to be honest. But it all helps push the stream. 2 out of 2 Alpine engines, yeah, not good. So they must be getting rid of that car, and the track must be going live very soon. But all within that, I mean, I know it's a VSC at the moment, but Leclerc is 6 seconds behind Perez. And Perez is 25 seconds ahead of Sainz. Oh my God. And 40 seconds ahead of Verstappen. What? When did that happen? Wow. I swear it wasn't that big of a gap like before the VSC. 250 likes. Oh, brilliant. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Well, Hamilton would like to overtake Jan, but he just hasn't got the pace to make that overtake stick. Same with Verstappen. You'd think on a normal track like Spa or Monza, a track where it's a bit more power dependent, Verstappen would easily be able to overtake Norris, but Verstappen doesn't have that pace, that extra pace to make an overtake stick. And the track conditions are massively played into that as well. It's still so slippery, so easy to lock up a front tyre and just do what Russell did earlier on, trying to overtake Bottas and just run off into a runoff area, and just then all that hard work has gone. So it's right on the cusp of like risk, very much risk and reward at the moment. And you really have to be like on the back of someone coming out of a corner. I mean, look at Verstappen at the moment. That he's all over the back of Norris here. He's just dropped back to a little bit there because he knew he was too close to Norris in regards to the interval. He's now over 1 second behind. But let's see if anyone can do anything here on the restart. So, okay, Leclerc's now back to 4 seconds behind. I did think that was the case. And Verstappen 34 seconds behind Perez. Verstappen doesn't want to get his second title in Singapore. Well, yes, realistically, it was a very tall order for Verstappen to win the race. Win the championship here. He needed to win the race, fastest lap, and Leclerc to finish outside the top 9. So very difficult. It's just all about picking up some points and making sure he gets the job done next week. I don't understand why Leclerc is losing a second a lap under safety car. Hamilton and Verstappen are literally sniffing the back of the car in front while the gap was more than 1 second before VSC. So they have a delta on their car, on their wheel, and as long as they're not below that delta, then they're okay. But if they're, so he'll get information of when that VSC is ending, and that's when he'll be able to just close up that gap to that delta before the VSC was called out. And that's what Leclerc did. He was around the 4 second mark when the VSC came out, and he's now obviously back to that. So it may have been the case that Perez was exceeding his delta and pulled out that extra couple of seconds, and Leclerc was bang on his delta. So that's why it happens. It's only really like once the VSC starts again. Oh yeah, Max locked up. Did Max go past Norris there under the VSC? That was a bit naughty there. They were both going too quick there, really, weren't they? I like Norris's reaction because he knows it's Max. He's like, that was a little naughty, wasn't it? Norris is doing well to defend against Max, yeah. He's doing a good job. Max is a bit closer this time around, but so for what we've seen, if we look at the intervals, guys, if anyone wants to make an overtake here, they need to be within like 3 temps coming out of a corner. If they're around 8 temps, 7, even 6 temps, they're not close enough to make the move stick. So that's the important figure to keep an eye out for there in regards to interval. But Leclerc making a 56.2. Oh, okay. Perez doing a 57.4. Oh, Leclerc's got a move on. Signs of 57.4, 57.6 from Hamilton. Okay, let's see what Perez does in response to that then. Oh. What's happened with Hamilton? So Hamilton just can't get past Sainz. He's a bit stuck at the moment. He hasn't got the pace to get past him. He's probably got pace to catch up to maybe Leclerc and in clean air, same as Verstappen, but they haven't got enough pace to overtake cars in front of them because the track is just too slippery still to take that risk and locking up a tyre. Purple time, George, means fastest lap of the race. No worries, Lionel. Good to see you, buddy. Michael, I don't think it's his setup. I just think it's a combination of factors. Brown street circuits, where there's very short runs down to a couple of realistic overtaking zones, you need that big enough speed differential, and he doesn't have it, especially on a track the way it is at the moment. Max is half a second behind Norris here. Is he going to risk to take a lunge? Is he going to do it? Oh, he's going. He's going for it. No. No. So Max was a lot closer there coming out of T13, which is one of the overtaking opportunities. And you saw half a second there, and he still couldn't overtake Norris. So the track is just under braking. They can't make those lunges that they want to because they'll just lock up a front tyre. If it was a dry track, they'd probably be able to overtake him and they'll be able to do them on the brakes, but they can't at the moment, especially on those intermediates. So, but 57.6 from Perez that time around, 57.2 from Leclerc. So maybe Leclerc turned the battery up that last lap, which is why I did a 56 compared to a 57. But he's definitely quicker than Perez. Huh? He's definitely quicker than Perez at the moment. Roles reversed after that VSC, guys. Yeah, George is not doing... Oh, yellow flag. Hamilton has stopped. No. Hamilton. Is he going? He's moving again. Has he locked up? Has he lost it? And he's in between Norris and Verstappen. Oh. What happened there? He must have locked up. He must have locked up, I reckon. Mercedes in the wall. Yeah, he must have done. Oh, no. So it looks like... Here we go. My TV stream's a little bit behind. But Hamilton's just... He's got... Do you know what Hamilton thought? This is boring sitting behind Sainz. Let me just... Yeah, let me just stick it in between Verstappen and Norris. Oh my God, those front wings are so... Those front wings are just so strong, aren't they?
Went into it.
Yeah. How has his front wing not got damaged from that? How is he not... Yeah, but is he damaged? Is Lewis damaged? Okay, so it looks a bit damaged, but it's... Oh, yeah, it is, yeah. You can see the wing plates on the left are not great, but... So Gasly's pitting. Gasly's pitting, guys. Right, so let's get back to the race at hand. Gasly's pitting. What's he going to go to? Gasly's making the bold call here. Perez a 56.9. Leclerc a 56.8. So they're now down into the 56s. What is Gasly going to do? Hamilton doesn't seem affected by that front wing at the moment. Gasly's come out onto medium. Tsunoda as well. Bottas. Magnussen. Okay, so George just did a 57.3 last lap, so maybe that's what people have seen. They're like, okay, now we go. Oh yeah, look, George now purples. So yeah, Hamilton's going to have to pit, isn't he? His front wing looks like it's about to fall off, unfortunately. So yeah, George definitely going fast at the moment. This is the last sector is... Oh, okay, purple. Here we go. So pit stops incoming, guys. Leclerc's in the pits. Oh, I'm getting a bit excited. Okay, so... Oh, Bottas is on softs. Bottas has gone on softs. Bold call, Cotton. Bold call. Max is such a snitch. It's funny how James, you and my missus both said that at the same time. Right. This is where the race is getting interesting now, guys. Leclerc is on mediums. So, can Leclerc do the undercut? Let's have a look. Sector times yellow. The problem is he going to be able to get heat in those tyres? I don't know if he is. Russell, a 56.1 now. Oh, that was quick. That was quick. And bearing in mind, he's on 12 old lap tyres. Only a tenth quicker than Perez on his intermediates. But if you're on fresh mediums now, or fresh slicks, this is it. This is where the laps are going to get quicker. Yeah, Hamilton, unfortunately, is going to lose position, even more positions because they need to change his front wing. So... Oh, Leclerc, a 5.3 second stop. So, yeah, not Ferrari once again ballsing up their pit stops. Where's Perez? So, Perez has got to come in now. Perez is coming in. Yeah, Perez is in. How's Russell? What's Russell's time? He did a 56.1 last time around. What's he going to do now? A 54.7. Well, yeah, that answers your question, guys. It is definitely slick tyres now. If Ferrari called it, it means it's a shit call. Sainz is in the pits. So how... What was the gap? Oh, my God. Look at the gap. Perez to Leclerc. Look at the gap. Oh, no, okay, so it was Leclerc's issue. Leclerc went past the pit box there. He's 11 seconds ahead of Leclerc, and there's a... Tsunoda stopped. Oh, my God, it's all happening. Where do I look? So, Tsunoda stopped. This is a VSC again, like it was earlier with Alonso. I'm trying to look. I'm trying to see where to look. So Hamilton's out behind Vettel. He's in P9. Ricciardo's still yet to pit. Stroll's coming out. Hamilton's lost a position to Stroll. Ricciardo's still yet to pit. Norris is still yet to pit. But Norris has got plenty of opportunity here. Oh, it's a full safety car. Oh, okay. Okay. That's helped Leclerc out big time. That has massively helped Leclerc out. I can't believe it's a full safety car. Oh, he's in the... Oh, yes. So he's properly in the wall. Not Leclerc. Tsunoda is properly in the wall there. guys, I don't want to say I'm right about Tsunoda, but that's the second time he's come out of the pits and crashed this season. And he's crashed again. And he was actually having not a bad race. I'm just saying. They need to fix the barrier. Yeah, I mean, it's only the Armco barrier, so that can be put back. Let's have a look at Yuki's. What did he do? Just locked up. Oh my god, he locked up so... What has he done there? Yeah, he has missed that corner by a lot, Yuki. What was you doing? You went into that corner so fast. So fast. That's just... But yeah, Norris is pitted, so that's worked out well for Norris, right behind Sainz. Yeah, the thing is, though, Norris hasn't been quick enough to keep up with Sainz today. That's been the only thing. But we've now got a dry, slick race. So Verstappen, I expect him to get past Norris. And then it will be Verstappen versus Sainz. And then we've got Leclerc on the back of Perez. Now, Leclerc has been very strong on the slicks all weekend. Faster than Perez, that's for sure. But Perez has been good in the race, so we'll see. But we're definitely in for a good end to this race, guys. Why is Russell pitting, Yasmin? Because why not? He was on 12 lap mediums. He's going to end up being behind Magnussen anyway. So, yeah, might as well go into fresh rubber behind the safety car, then be on old tyres. So is Daniel. Oh, Daniel's on softs. Ricardo has jumped the Aston Martins. Well done, McLaren. Well done. Ricardo started, what, 16th? And he's now in 6th, 10 places up. That's a sneaky little drive there. Will they last that long, Matteo? I don't know. When we've got 20 laps left. What is the track temp at the moment? Track temp is 28 degrees. They might do. They might do. Remember, it's difficult to pass around here anyway. I need another coffee. No, don't worry. This is... I might need another coffee afterwards because I'll be on a come down after this race, that's for sure. It's a joke, George.
People like this. Shame.
You'd love to see the rain in 10 minutes. Oh, that would really throw a spanner in the works, wouldn't it? This does feel like 2 races in one, James. Yeah, the thing is, Perez has done an absolute stellar job up until this point. He's been quicker than Leclerc. He's managed the race well, managed his tyres. But we knew that this was always going to happen at some point in the race. They had to make a pit stop. The track was drying out. It was just when that changeover was. And, of course, Russell being that guinea pig has given everyone that information to come in and do it. But the safety car has fucked Perez's race up here a bit because he had an 11-second or 9-second lead over Leclerc. So I want Perez to go on and win this. He's done a stellar drive, and it will be a big FU to all of those articles the last week or so, questioning should Perez be replaced? Is Perez like crap and stuff like that? This is the best way to answer your critics, that's for sure. Hopefully, Matteo, hopefully he does. End of the day, he's in control. He does the restart. But we're on a dry track now. And overtakes, we'll see a few more overtakes happen because drivers will feel much more confident on the brakes than they were on the intermediates on a like kind of a greasy track. So this is where we'll see a bit more of an aggressive Verstappen, and Norris needs to be careful here because Verstappen is going to send it, that's for sure. Well, I think what they're hoping for Danny Ric is that he gets a good enough launch to be able to stay ahead of Stroll and Vettel and probably stay up with Verstappen and Norris. Oh my God, Lando had a little bit of a snap there because the thing is, Ricciardo hasn't been on the pace of Norris all weekend. He's running the older car. He hasn't got the upgrades like Norris has. So if he's on the softs and can stay with Norris and Verstappen, track position, as we know, is a bit key round here. He can pull away from those Aston Martins and he can hopefully stay with Verstappen and Norris, if Norris, or at least with Norris anyway, and pull away with him from those Aston Martins. But yeah, tyre deg is a big ask. It's a big ask. Can I gift you an F1 membership? Yeah, I think I can. Oh, sorry guys. Sorry. But safety car coming in now? Yeah, is this safety car coming in? No, safety car in next lap, surely. Surely a safety car's going in next lap. I don't think I can choose who can do... I don't know how to gift memberships on here. It's a bit strange. Anyway. Right, next lap. It's got to be next lap, isn't it, surely? Everyone, the pack is backed up now. But this is helping Danny Ric on the soft tyres as well, and Bottas. It's helping Russell. Russell's only 4 places away from points position. We've still got 20 laps remaining. 40... Just under 40 minutes, isn't it, remaining as well, guys? I did hear that, Michael. There's a possibility we could see some lockups down into T7 again. This is the problem. Everyone needs to try and keep tyre temp. Perez and Leclerc have been very good at switching their tyres on. Sainz, not so much. He could be under threat from Norris. Although he has had the pace over Norris. He's been in kind of a little bit of a no man's land today, Sainz. In between Norris and Leclerc on the front two. It has been today, Matteo. It has been. Actually, well, then again, I think Leclerc has been on the same pace as Perez. It's just that this has been a very unique race in regards. This has been a very unique race in regards to the track involvement, and Perez has just done that a little bit better, I think, in managing his tyres compared to Leclerc, which we know Perez is a master at. So now it's pretty much all guns blazing until the ends, where we could see a grandstand finish. So I think Perez backing up the pack. Surely the safety car's in now. Said, going back to what you said about Tsunoda, I don't think so, but I have my opinions. Everyone's entitled to them. All guns blazing until the next safety car. Yeah, we could very well see another safety car the way things are going. Doesn't look like a safety car's coming in. It is. Right, here we go. And we're away. Perez has got a bit of a launch on Leclerc here. Oh, great launch from Perez. Great launch. Down to T7 is the key, guys. That is the key. Vettel and Hamilton very slow off the mark there. Perez, oh mate, he's already got a second ahead of Leclerc. Sainz already a second behind. But the thing is as well now, guys, because we've got a drying track, we're probably going to see DRS be enabled in a couple of laps as well. Eunice, thank you for the sub, buddy. And there we go, down into T7. Any lockups? No. And Verstappen hasn't... Oh, Verstappen! Verstappen! What's happened? Has he done a Hamilton? He's moving. He's definitely gone wide at that corner. Oh no! So Hamilton is now on the back of Verstappen. We're getting a Hamilton-Verstappen race, guys, just not for P1, for P7. Oh, P8, sorry. What a race! Is Hamilton going to be able to overtake Verstappen? At least we're getting that at least one time this year. So let's watch it on TV. Did he... He must have gone... He definitely overshot it. He must have overshot it. Must have overshot the corner. About to watch it now. He's in the draft of Lando. Oh! What a massive... He's fucked his tyres up there, surely. He must have flat spotted all four wheels. Oh my God. Yeah, that's four flat spots he's got there on every tyre, surely. That was... I haven't seen smoke like that since an engine blowing up. Oh, he's got to pit. Be interested to see if he does round here. But Leclerc, 1 second, over 1 second behind Perez. That's important for Perez. Verstappen is in the pits. He had to. Oh, dear, Max. You're throwing away points. He's going to come out last. He's coming out last. Who would have thought that?
No, is he?
Yeah. Russell is ahead of Verstappen. What is this race? What is this race? Oh my God. Oh my God, that was... completely bottomed out and locked up the brakes. Well, Perez, this is interesting now. So, Danny Rick doing exactly what I said he was going to do on those soft tyres, pull away from the Aston Martins and stay with Norris, who has been quicker throughout the whole race. Oh, Verstappen's already got past Russell. Yeah, still only 2/3 in, guys. So, Leclerc really closing up to Perez now. And don't forget, I think DRS is going to be enabled maybe this lap or next lap. Oh, Russell's got a puncture. Oh, no. Not a good day for Mercedes. Yeah, Russell's got a puncture right rear. And Mick Schumacher's got an issue. What? What is going on in this race? We've already got 6 cars out. So Leclerc is all over Perez here. 5 tenths behind. Is he got enough? Is he going to close up? I don't quite think he is. No, he isn't got enough to overtake into T7, but he's all over the back of Perez. Sainz pulling away from Norris. Danny Rick just can't stay with Norris, but he is pulling away from Stroll, which is key. Hamilton closing up on Vettel. Stroll doing well here, by the way. P6. This is a good result for Stroll, for the Aston Martins here this week. As long as neither of them bins it in the wall. Gasly in P9, Bottas. Who would have thought Bottas would be P2? Who would have thought Magnussen is 1 place outside the points, guys? After, at the start. Look at Russell and Mick just trudging around. Oh. I'm going to need a nap after this race. Going to be worn out. Half of the grid is going to be out by the end of the race. We're on the way to it, yeah. I don't know if they're probably going to retire Russell. They're not going to bring him out because by the time he comes out, he's coming out into the mid pack. They're going to retire Russell now. Probably the same for Mick Schumacher. But Leclerc is less than half a second from Perez. He is not leaving that rear wing under 4 tenths now. Is he going to have enough to get him into T1? Is he going to get enough? Is he going to have enough? No, not enough. They are in a league of their own, though. 52s. Oh, Mick Schumacher is coming out. Is he going to get involved in Leclerc and Perez? No. No, I'm surprised they're bringing Mick out, actually, but... Oh, Russell is coming back out. Oh, my God. Why are they bringing Russell back out? He's so stubborn, isn't he, Russell? Right, here we go. Leclerc. Oh, he's not close enough. He can't get close enough out of T5 and get the run down into T7. That's really where he's going to overtake him. Just getting a little bit... Oh, my God. I mean, this is such good racing from those front two. Sainz has been held up by Mick. Sainz has been massively held up by Mick. Norris has closed up the gap. Go on, Lando. Hamilton is all over the back of Vettel as well. This is great racing, guys. Who would have thought a Singapore Grand Prix would have been like this? Oh no, Perez saying he's having an issue with the engine. He's got, and Perez has got an older engine in his car as well, guys. Remember that. DRS available yet? Come on, bring out DRS. Maybe not for Perez, but DRS should be enabled now, surely. Right, so Leclerc's close. Leclerc is close. 3 tenths. Not close enough to get him into T1. Now, this is key for Leclerc here. Mate, Leclerc and Perez in a world of their own. I know I keep saying it lap on lap, but 50 in the 51s now compared to Sainz and Norris, who are like 54s and 53s. And this is where Leclerc's losing time. He can't stay close enough through turns 3, 4, and 5 to get that run down into T7. Norris is... Where's Norris come from, by the way? Sainz is really struggling. Norris is on the back of Sainz. There could be a podium here. Ooh, go on, Lando. Is DRS now enabled? Great. This is great racing. Who would have thought we'd have this at the end? Street tracks can sometimes be very boring, but Max doing a 51.3 in clean air. Sainz is all over. Sainz could make a move here. Norris could make a move. No, just can't get the traction out of the corner. But he's really closing up the gap. Hamilton still can't get past Vettel. Perez. So Leclerc, this is where Leclerc really closes up the gap. He's so much better for this last sector. Has been all weekend in that Ferrari. 5 tenths now. The key here is, can Leclerc stay close enough through turns 2, 3, 4, and 5? That's where he keeps losing the time. Here we go. Watch them go through. So still in the 51s, Perez and Leclerc. Fastest lap from Perez. Leclerc needs to be under half a second, really, from Perez. So he can't... Leclerc struggles with the traction out of turn 3. He loses, if you look at his interval, he loses a couple of tenths. He goes from half a second, 6 tenths, to 8 tenths through turns 3 to turn 4. He's losing so much time there, and then he's not close enough to get the benefit of really the DRS and the slipstream down into T7. Max a 50.6. Max is a man scorned. Why is Max very... Max has just had a bit of a topsy-turvy race, that's all. Perez engine hanging in there. I just hope, no matter what happens, if it's Leclerc or Perez, I just hope Perez's engine lasts and he finishes the race. He so deserves this. Part of me is like, oh, Leclerc, is he going to get him? But then part of me is like, Go on, Perez. "24 minutes, not..." Oh, yes, we're down to timing now. So 24 minutes. It's about 2 minutes a lap. So 2 times 20. So it's about 10 laps remaining, really. Probably going to finish about 4 laps short, I think. So Leclerc, half a tenth. He's 3 tenths behind Perez now. Is he? He might be close enough here, Leclerc, to get him into T1. Has he got enough? No. 2 tenths. Now, watch this again. Watch it, guys. Turn 3, down to turn 5. Interval is 4 tenths. Does it maintain? Does it stay the same? He's done it. He's done it slightly. He's still lost a few tenths there, but he's a lot closer than he has been down into T7. This could be it, guys. This could be Leclerc's move. Here we go. No, not enough. Not enough, but very close. That's the closest he's been all race. Still lost a few tenths through turn 3 and turn 4, but definitely a lot closer there. Norris doing well to hold on to the back of Sainz as well, guys. Doing really well. Caleb, this race has been so eventful. So eventful. It feels like we've had 2 different races. Yeah, most probably, Matteo. Most probably. Yeah, I mean, Danny Rick is doing exactly what he was asked of him. Look, he hasn't had the pace all weekend to stay with Norris. Norris has got new upgrades to the car. But Ricciardo here is probably going to see it out to the end. He's quicker than the Aston Martins. But he's 2 seconds quicker than Stroll that last lap and Vettel. He's going to, hopefully, fingers crossed, bring home a top 5 for himself, which will be brilliant. And then Lando is fighting for a podium. But so, Leclerc not as close this time around. 8 tenths. Maybe he's taken a couple of laps to charge the battery up. 6 tenths this time around, going through the last corner. So Leclerc may be just taking time to charge the battery up and then go for it next lap. Sat here for 3 hours. So have I, Marlin. I've been sat here for 3 hours too. You think Charles and Perez will crash? No, I don't think they will. I don't think they will. The only way for Leclerc to overtake Perez here is down into this T7. Now, if Perez covers the inside, it's a very difficult overtake round the outside here. So he can just position his car really well. And I mean, Leclerc really needs the overdrive to get past Leclerc, especially if Leclerc really needs the overdrive to get past Perez down into T7, which is his best opportunity. Or Perez could make a mistake. As we know, Perez, as I've seen on TV, has made a couple of little lockups. So Hamilton's still stuck behind Vettel. Just hasn't got the pace to get past cars today. And then Gasly is in P9. Bottas has done well today, really. Just trotted around, P10. No, Max will probably wrap it up next week. It was a tall order for him to do it this week. He needed other results to go his way. So Perez gets first and buy my mates a couple of drinks. Honestly, Perez, he should... I really do hope he wins this, actually. I do hope he holds out. I really do like Leclerc, but I think Perez thoroughly deserves it for the way he's driven today. Yeah, there is that conspiracy, Brandon, Japan, for him to win in Japan because of Honda. There is always that possibility. Well, this is it, James. Yeah, his rear end is very twitchy because even though we've got the ground effect and the dirty air is less severe than what it was last year, there is still dirty air. And he's struggling to get that traction out of turn 3 down to turn 5. But once again, he is a little bit closer. 6 tenths here. Is he going to have enough? He hasn't got enough here. He needs to be less than half a second behind Perez into turn 5. That's his opportunity because, look, he only makes up a couple of tenths down that straight with DRS open. So he needs to be like on his rear wing into T5 to get past him. And he's not doing that at the moment the way Perez is driving. Japan called their world-famous voice actor sing a national anthem. May want to buy a ticket just for her. Oh, really? It's the first time Russell has been lapped crying in the corner. Yeah, I mean, in fairness, it's only been his second poor race of the year. He's been so consistent this year and done so well. So... cars look really nimble now, don't they? Lighter fuel load, slick tyres. But just watching it on TV, Perez has just got him covered. Leclerc is nowhere near close enough to even try and make a lunge up the inside and force the issue at the moment. Oh, and Leclerc's lost DRS. Leclerc has lost DRS here, guys. He's 1.3 seconds behind Perez. He's lost DRS. That is key for Perez here, because Perez has been quicker through this section of 49.5. So Leclerc's had a bit of a wobble there. What's happened? Did he have a bit of oversteer? He's had a snap of oversteer or a lock-up somewhere. But Perez is much better through those those couple of corners that you can see. 1.4 seconds now. Let's have a look at it on TV. Must be coming. What did he do? Yeah, so Leclerc just had a little lock-up that just made him go a bit wide into turn 16. So that lost him the DRS, and that's so important because look, now Perez is pulling away from Leclerc. Norris is also just not close enough to Sainz here either. Danny Rickman, by the way. Go on, Danny boy. Go on, Danny boy. Comfortably he's quite comfortable here, but Stroll did a 51.5 last time around compared to Ricciardo's 52.1. Keep an eye on that, guys. Stroll could be on the back of Ricciardo very quickly. Hamilton's still stuck in P8. Charles isn't world champion material just yet. Too scruffy. Yeah, he needs to tidy it up a little bit. There's been a few issues this year where he's overdriven the car. I think that's also combined with the fact that he can't rely on his team, his strategy team, the pit crew, because he feels like he needs to build up that gap to make up for their errors. I know that's definitely how similarly I would think as well. And I think that's been a case of why he's overdriven the car a couple of times this year. Next year, hopefully, we'll see a more improved Leclerc. Needs to be big personnel changes in Ferrari if they're to improve as a whole, though. So, but thank you for the sub there, Lax. Checo defending Leclerc just as good as Abu Dhabi 2021. Well, yeah, it's just the thing is, Perez is a smart man. He knows that Leclerc isn't close enough to make a lunge, so he's got him covered pretty comfortably at the moment. He's now outside DRS. 1.5 seconds. Comfortable for Perez here. So, last time around, guys. Uh-oh, squeaky bum time. Ricciardo did a 52.1 and Stroll 51.8. I mean, that was only 3 tenths quicker. I think Ricciardo's got enough laps in him, or there's enough laps left of the race here for Ricciardo to finish ahead of Stroll. And especially as we know how difficult it is to overtake around here, even if Stroll catches up to him, I think he should be okay. No limelight for Bottas this race. 48, come on, Charles. Yeah, people rooting for Charles, people rooting for Perez. I purely because of Perez, as I keep saying it, purely because of the stick Perez has got in the media the last couple of weeks. I'd love to see him win it. Love to see him win it. But I also wouldn't be sad to see Leclerc win it. They've both been mega this weekend. DRS is on, yes, but Leclerc is 1.4 seconds behind Perez. He's not within that DRS zone. The only person within DRS of anyone is Max on Bottas. Everyone else is outside of DRS. But looks like Sainz has got Norris covered here. Thanks for the subs, guys. Much appreciated. Mateo, Mookie, Nancy, Ob, ARB. Big thank you. And to anyone who has liked the stream, much appreciated. We are live streaming on TikTok as well. So if you're watching on TikTok, please come over to YouTube where you can chat to us. Yeah, 49s. Look at them both, Perez and Leclerc. There's nothing in their lap times whatsoever, but Perez has just got the slight edge. Good lap time by Norris last time around, 49.6. So we have currently got 14 minutes left. This is ahead of my stream here, so probably like 12 minutes left now. So 5 laps. I think I said lap 57, 4 laps from the end. So I think we'll get 57 laps in, guys. Yeah, Max will be wanting those points from Bottas. Yeah, that's for sure. Well, he's got past Gasly now as well. So Verstappen is on fresher sauce. Probably going to catch Hamilton. Passing is another matter, though. No. No, don't tell me that. Perez a safety car infringement? No. Perez a safety car infringement. What safety car infringement was that, guys? What was it? Ten car lengths, apparently. That's why. I really hope he doesn't get a penalty for that. No, Leclerc's just not quick enough. Yeah, but his tyres are probably falling off. No, because he'll still want to try and win it outright. Because he might not get a penalty. Oh, guys. Oh, guys. Right, so let's... Where are we at? You're always a bringer of bad news, James, yeah. Ruining my Sundays. Will Max catch up to Hamilton? Probably, yeah, the way he's going. Hamilton's being held up by Vettel, and Max was 2 seconds quicker that last lap. So, yeah, Max will probably catch Hamilton, but passing is a different matter. So, but the race is starting to fizzle out a little bit now, guys, if I'm honest. Looks like, unless there's a big mistake from people... So Christian Horner's complaining that obviously the safety car was going a lot slower than it normally was. So there's that mitigating circumstance. So fingers crossed. How long till the end? We've got 8 minutes remaining. I think we're going to get up to 57 laps. So probably 3 more laps after this. 4 more laps. So, yeah, 48.8 from Perez there compared to Leclerc's 49.5. Wow. So Leclerc is starting to struggle on his mediums. Starting to struggle. 49.4 from Sainz that the lap before. 49.6 this time around. So, Danny Rick, though, guys. Come on. P5. Holding off Stroll. Stroll, I thought, was closing up the gap. But actually, no. Ricciardo has actually increased the gap. Go on, the boy. Boy, you are tired. Yeah, I'm going to be after this. I'm going to need a little nap after this race. Yeah, for what? So they've told Perez, let's disappear. Get a 5-second gap, Perez. Go on. You can do it, mate. You could do it, buddy. So Russell's coming into the pits, probably to retire the car. Surely. He's not coming out again, is he? I know. Maybe they've seen an issue. Aston Martin, double points, 6th and 7th at the moment. Currently beating Hamilton and Verstappen. Wow. Who would have thought that at the end? If you'd bet Norris and a McLaren double points finish in the top 5 a Stroll and Vettel points finish in the top 10. I mean, you'd be quids in, wouldn't you? And Russell is out on softs. What? He's so stubborn. Fair play to the lads. Just wants to try and get fastest lap. Why not? Take it away from Perez. But Verstappen over the back of Hamilton now. And Verstappen has got past Hamilton, I think. He can't quite tell. No, Verstappen is behind Hamilton. So we have got a Verstappen versus Hamilton. Verstappen on softs, Hamilton on old mediums. I do expect Verstappen to get past Hamilton quite easily. He's got more grip. So where's Perez? Still only a 3 seconds. Well, I can tell you what, guys. Norris and those new upgrades, very promising. Very promising for this week, their upgrades. Those side pods are definitely doing the job. Especially when compared to Danny Rick. Okay, Danny Rick is not as comfortable in the car, but he's got the older version of the car. Definitely noticeable the speed difference. But we're a couple of laps away, guys, from the end of the race. Who's your driver of the day? Let me know in chat. There's a number of guys here who I think are worthy of driver of the day. We've got Perez, we've got Lando, we've got Danny Rick. Danny Rick started 16th, is currently in P5. We've got the 2 Aston Martins as well. Who's your driver of the day? Max still not able to get past Hamilton there. Is he able to get past him into T14? No. Actually, yeah, I'll get a poll up. I'll get a poll. Sorry, guys. Hang on. Oh, Max is all over Hamilton. I don't think Lewis is going to let this go. He's going to fight to the end. We'll say Stroll. We'll say Stroll as well because he's done really well. Oh, Verstappen's all over Hamilton now. This is it, isn't it? Surely. Oh, no. A little bit of a delay there on the track map. So Perez, 3.4 seconds. He's not going to be able to build up that 5-second gap to Leclerc, it seems. He's still quicker, but he's not quick enough. Oh, sorry. Why isn't it Russell? So yeah, it seems like this is pretty much going to be the race now, guys. We've got one more lap, haven't we? Surely we've only got one more lap. Or two more laps maybe. Yeah, it's based on time now. This is spacey between Verstappen and Lewis, isn't it? Vettel, Lewis and Max. 12 world championships between 3 drivers there, guys. Is Hamilton going to be able to get past Vettel? Not into T1, that's for sure. Wonder if Max will try and send it. I mean, he's picking up 2 points where he is, but because it's Lewis, will he? Perez 3.8 seconds. Yeah, Perez will get fastest lap. I don't think Russell's even had the pace in his car all weekend, to be fair, to try and get fastest lap. It's by Perez. I don't know, like a low 48. It's just been a crazy race, guys. Absolutely mental race. Yes, Swama, I do think he'll be a world champion one day. Oh, Russell, a 46.4. Okay, that's definitely fastest lap. Just because you like George doesn't mean that he deserves driver of the day, babe. She has a soft spot for George. Only Ferrari get better leadership. Yes. So Ferrari, to even consider themselves to try and fight for a world championship next year, they need new leadership. They need a new strategy, head of strategy. They need a massive overhaul in personnel. Massive. 46.4 though. Okay, that was... There was me just slagging off George, going, nah, he hasn't been on it all weekend, and then he smashes that in. Always made to eat my words, guys. So, Verstappen still not able to get past Hamilton. So this has been the story of the track all day. You may be quick in clean air, but trying to get past another car is another matter entirely. But by the way, guys, Leclerc 4.6 seconds behind Perez now. Perez really trying to build up that 5-second gap. Is it last lap this time around? We're about to find out. I think we might get just one more. We might get 59 laps in. If that is the case, I think Perez is going to build up that 5-second penalty time. Go on, Perez. Go on. Just kick out everyone at Ferrari except Charles and Carlos, and they'll have a great chance of winning. I agree. Yeah, I do agree, actually. I think the one thing that isn't the issue at Ferrari is their drivers. So this isn't the last lap, and Perez has got a 5-second lead over Leclerc at the moment. Even if he gets a 5-second penalty for the safety car infringement, he is going to win this race. And we've got one more lap after this, so we've technically got 2 full laps for him to build out an even further gap. What a drive from this man. What a drive. I know I keep saying it, but... Oh, what? Even though he's like led from the first corner, but everything that he's had to handle in this race today, from a charging Charles Leclerc as well. Phenomenal. Oh, Max passed Hamilton. Oh, no! He had to dodge Vettel, and then Max just goes, thank you. Yes, George, depending on the severity of the penalty, it could be 5 seconds or 10 seconds. So, Perez with 6.5 second gap now between Leclerc. What a drive. So impressed by this man today. We'll leave the pole open still. We'll leave the pole open to the end of the race. But at the moment, Perez is leading. 14-8 from Max, not bad. Yeah, I'd like to see the graph where it shows where they go from position to position. I'd like to see Max's one for this race, because he's had a bit of a topsy-turvy race. Started 8th, went down. He started 8th position as well. Went down to 12th, fought his way back up. Got to 6th, wasn't it? Then ended up 14th, then back up to 8th. Like 7 seconds from Perez, man. I don't think it's white flag just yet. No, this is last lap now, isn't it? Surely. Oh. Is this the last lap? This has got to be the last lap, isn't it? Or is there one more lap? Did he cross the line just before the time ran out? Yeah, Marlon, that's all right, man. We can. Everyone knows to like and subscribe. Oh, thanks, Aries. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, I do try. I'm an enthusiastic fan. It normally says if this is the last lap, guys, but it doesn't. It hasn't indicated it. So I wonder if the live hasn't picked up onto the fact of it's been limited by time. Yeah, this is the last lap, so this will be checkered flag when he crosses the line. Oh my god. He's over 7 seconds, nearly 8 seconds ahead of Charles Leclerc here. What a drive by Perez this is. That has been a stonker of a race. Great effort from Leclerc as well. This is it, isn't it? Checkered flag, surely. And there we go. Checkered flag. Perez is your Singapore 2022 winner. What a race, guys. Leclerc is P2. Sainz comes up in P3. This will be, if Ricciardo is okay, looks like Stroll's caught Ricciardo a little bit towards the end. Lando Norris is going to cross the line in P4. Come on, Danny Rick. No issues here, mate. Just get it across the line. Come on. Come on. That's a mega drive from Perez, man. Mega drive. Come on, Danny Rick. Just a couple of corners. You can do it. Go on. Get in there. P5 for Danny Rick, guys. P5. Great result from McLaren. Ricciardo's come from 16th position to 5th. What a drive from that Aussie man. Now that's the Danny Rick we know. That is the Danny Rick we know and that should be an F1. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. A great result for the Aston Martins, even though Verstappen got past Vettel there at the end. A P6 and P8, a well-needed round of points for them. Hamilton in 9th, obviously a topsy-turvy race for him. Gasly, P10, sneaking another point. That's 3 points finishes in the last 4 races. Bottas just being forced out of the points there. Pretty lonely race for Bottas. Magnussen, Mick, and then Russell, last of the finishers. 6 people out of the race. Tsunoda, Ocon, Albon, Alonso, Latifi, and Zhou. And breathe, guys. Breathe. Breathe. Oh. What a race. What a race. And Perez, that is how you silence your critics. Fucking what a drive. Excuse the language, guys, but 2 fingers up to everyone who doubted you over the last couple of weeks. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant drive. So, yeah, absolutely mega. Just such an intriguing race, wasn't it? Such an intriguing race. I don't know. I don't know what I would have preferred. I don't know if I would have preferred the race to have been a dry race all entirely, because we might have had 4 drivers at the front with similar pace. But I mean, yeah, it was intriguing to say the least. It did feel like we had 2 very different races there. But will I show the podium? Unfortunately, I cannot show coverage of the podium, Jackson, because it still comes under copyright rules. So I do apologise there, buddy. Ferrari management on radio reckon Perez will get penalty. I don't think he will. I mean, what's he going to get? 5 seconds? Potentially 2 5-second penalties. Where have they got that from? 2 5-second penalties? I'm not so sure. Surely it's only 1 5-second penalty if he gets it. Surely. yeah, Perez has just silenced his doubters there, Zed. There was a lot of questions in regards to is his pace. He's been so slow behind Verstappen the last second half of the season. Is he going to be replaced by Red Bull moving forward? Are they not happy with him? A lot of clickbaity, clutching at straws because there wasn't a lot to talk about in the 2 weeks between races. And I stuck up for him on the Missed Apex podcast online, and he's just proven all those doubters wrong. All of those doubters wrong, and that just shows that Perez has not gone anywhere. And with an engine, an older engine as well, we had to change to an older unit for this race. So yeah, a mega drive, absolute mega drive from Perez. So, but yeah, there's still a possibility of a penalty. I really hope not. I really do hope not. But we'll see. Regardless, that was a mega drive from him. So, yeah, hopefully. I'll definitely be clipping. I'll definitely be clipping a lot from this stream and putting it on TikTok and stuff, and just me saying, I told you so. I told you to never doubt Perez. So, yeah, it's nearly Twitter time. I just want to see what kind of they have to say afterwards. But, yeah, a brilliant race, guys. If everyone who has subbed, I think there's been so many for me to even keep an eye on. Selbo, Michael, you were the last two to come in. Crazy Kevin, what a name. Jaco, and anyone else who hasn't shown up as an alert, much appreciated. We will very shortly just have a quick look at Twitter, as we do is tradition, just to see what everyone has to say after the race. We'll see what the guys have got to say in the cool-down room as well. So it's going to be obviously Carlos, Charles and Sergio in the cool-down room. So it'd be interesting to see what they have to say. I've got a feeling Charles might not have a lot to say because of the potential penalties with Sergio. Maybe they will talk about it, maybe they won't. But confirmed Perez got 10-second penalties. Well, they're about to announce it after the race. So it'll be announced after the podium, that's for sure. But hopefully not. They need to sort these penalties before the podium. Well, yeah, you'd like to think so. Do you remember the debacle that was the Cota a few years ago when Max overtook Kimi on the inside and he crossed the 4 white lines? And then he had to, Max was in the cool-down room all happy, and then Kimi was just standing there like, yeah, basically you need to get out. Can we change the screen to just chatting? Yeah, of course we can. We'll do that in a sec. Just now. I'll bring up Twitter, see what everyone's got to say. Let's see. Right. We will. I'll tell you what we'll do. We won't go to just chatting. We'll go straight to Twitter. Straight to Twitter and see what everyone's got to say. No. Mexico. Yeah. All right. Let's see what they got to say in the interviews afterwards. Carlos just saying he struggled pretty much. Yeah, I think that was quite clear to see, mate. I think that was quite clear to see. So apparently there was some safety car infringements used of. I think he pulled up alongside the safety car to tell it to go quicker. And apparently there's also another one. He was more than 10 car lengths behind the safety car as well on the restart. Now the problem with that is that the safety car apparently was going considerably slow. Difficult to see that on the tracker, but that's what the commentator said. That's what Christian Horner said. It was going considerably slower than it should be. So we'll see. But hopefully it's all good. I really hope that he's won this race and penalties are not dished out afterwards. So here we go. This is Charles. Let's see what he has to say. Yeah, no raise errors. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, thanks to anyone who is new to the stream. Anyone who's leaving, I totally understand. The race has finished. It's been a long, tiring race for sure. So much appreciated to everyone who has liked and subscribed to the stream. Turn those notifications on. Unfortunately, for Japan next week, I'm at a family function and I won't be able to do the Japanese Grand Prix. I might be able to do qualifying, but the Japanese Grand Prix, I'm away from home, so I won't be able to do that. It's very early UK time as well, but we'll be back for the following race, which I have no idea where it's at. I think it's the US race. Is it Kota, maybe? Or is it Mexico? It might even be Mexico. But yeah, I'll be back. Japan is the only one that unfortunately I will not be able to do for the rest of the season. But every other race, I'll be here. Don't you worry. So, 9 goals in the Manchester Derby, is there? What? What is the score in the Manchester Derby? I haven't even checked yet. Stewards waiting to see if Perez makes their lives easier by putting a 5-second gap. What else do you say? Something may concern Vamos. How many safety cars will there be in this Singapore? Loads, probably. Yeah, that was correct. So everyone agrees with me from earlier on. Rain stopped, so let's postpone 1 more hour. Buxton said it nicely. The best drivers in the world can't even use full wet tyres. All for safety, but come on. I agree. I agree. Oh, yeah, that was Alonso's 350th Grand Prix, guys. Wow. Wow. But yeah, Alpine, not a good weekend for them. Eesh. That was the rain earlier, so that's why it was postponed. I get that, but when the rain stopped, they should have been able to go out on track. So get Nick in for the rest of the season. Yeah, what do we reckon, guys? Do we reckon Latifi should just go? Do we reckon, or should they give Latifi a send off and leave him to the end of the year? But it's pretty much. I think it's going to be announced that Nick de Vries is joining AlphaTauri next year, so I think that's probably off the cards for Nick de Vries in Williams for the rest of the year. Unless he's still got a contract with them to be their reserve driver for the end of the year. Maybe. So. We're still waiting to find out if he's going to get a 10-second penalty. We're still awaiting this. Just waiting to find out. So, oh yeah, so double finish, that double points finish for McLaren has just put them ahead of Alpine in the Constructors. That is a big swing. That is a big swing from them. That's Russell's. The greatest shots in undeniable F1 go. Ready? Wait for it. There he is. The one and only Gotifi. Hey, Binley. From Mexico with love. Yes, that was a fantastic win. Great to see him on the top step there. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it isn't taken away due to those maybe impending penalties. But we will see. These are all old tweets at the moment. Come on, I want new tweets, guys. Give me the good stuff. Give me the good stuff. Well done, Perez. Take a bow. Yeah, Herlax Brennell invented the concept of black waving. Here we go. In the cool-down room, guys. Let's see what they say. They all look absolutely fucked, and I don't blame them. Just saying, great race, great race. Not really much to say. Yeah, thanks, Michael. Yeah, the mods have done a brilliant... Well done, mods. Well done, guys. Thank you for helping out. Leclerc said he's pushing like crazy at the start and then they started to degrade. Did you have any moments, Perez said? Charles, yeah. We did see that their tyres starting to fall off a little bit, didn't we, with Leclerc at the end of the intermediate stage. They just look... Checo, at the last 15 laps, I degraded myself. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But yeah, look at that. P4 and P5 from Lando. Keep that livery, guys. Keep it. It's much better and it clearly improved your car. But the new side pods from Lando clearly made a difference. He was so much faster than Danny Rick, even more so. He was much faster than the Alpines as well. So definitely those new upgrades working for the McLaren this weekend. So, anything else coming in? Not yet. Black flagged by his own team. Latifi was, wasn't he? It was a great drive from Lando there, P4. Winning feeling from Sergio. What? Well, I didn't see that. Chris Medlin said that there seemed to be marshals on the track and then the race went green. What? Oh, FIO said it was a replay being shown. Okay. Well, Formula 1 have given an official classification. Perez first and Leclerc second. So maybe that's confirming that he's not going to get a penalty. Let's go Singapore Grand Prix, see what people are saying. Yeah, the Brussels sprout helmet, guys. clearly worked a trick, didn't it? Oh, look at that from Seb. Great race from Seb today on the Aston Martins. Credit where it's due. Pit lane was open. Well, guys... Oh. Yeah, cheers, Ed. What a race that was, guys. What an absolute brilliant race. I'm knackered after that. Don't know about you. F1 fanboy Marlin, if you go to the join button down below, you'll be able to click and join as a member. I think you have to link up PayPal cards or something like that. I don't know. But Leclerc should just stop going for poles. It should. Yeah, he has. I forgot that as well, French. Yeah, it's another pole position Leclerc has failed to convert to a win. Wow. Oh my God. Yeah, I never thought of that. Oh my God. Really gave you our emotions away. It did, Aris. Yeah, no, thanks everyone who has stopped by. We still got 300 of us here. Can't do PayPal. Really? Yeah, I think you have to probably attach a card, Marlin. I don't really know how it works, if I'm honest. Because I haven't actually been a member of another channel. But 2 a.m. where you are now, Kaka. Wow. Wow, but yeah, so guys, just to finish off this stream, hopefully Perez, he's fingers crossed there's no further penalties and that race win stands as it should be. A phenomenal drive for him, shutting up his crickets? That's an animal, Scott, an insect. Critics, and yeah, doing it for Red Bull this week. A different winner, still a Red Bull winner, but a different winner to say the least, and an interesting Singapore Grand Prix. We go to Suzuka next week. As I said, unfortunately, I won't be around for the race because I'm at a family event. I will be watching it, but I won't be streaming the watch along, unfortunately. We will be here for the race afterwards, which is, just to jog my memory, let's have a look. Is it Kota and then it's Mexico? Yes. So I'll be back for the US Grand Prix at Circuit of Americas, and then of course Mexico, Brazil, Abu Dhabi. So yeah, unfortunately Japan's the only one I won't be able to do. Might be able to do qualifying, but the rest of the races you can catch the watch alongs here as well. I'll be making a highlights package. I'll be making I'll be doing a debrief as well of this race. Lots to discuss and talk through, and then of course we've got a sim racing in between that as well. So yeah, Babi Perez won. It was a brilliant race. Definitely worth watching back. Watch back this stream. Watch back the stream. And then and then watch the highlights, or watch them both together. So, but yeah, CZ, big thank you to everyone, and yeah, we will be back. Yeah, keep an eye out, turn those notifications on, because there'll be some highlights and there will be some debriefs coming in the week. But yeah, big thank you guys. Have a lovely rest of your weekend, and yeah, we will see you next time. Bye guys.